Chapter 705. Han Shuo was startled by the sudden arrival of the crowd and the clamor. But soon after, he realized the source of the noise. With a face full of joy, he happily walked down from the gymnasium and opened the doors of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that had been tightly shut for a long time. Standing in front of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were many people that Han Shuo recognized. For example, Carmelita, whose skin had turned slightly fairer, Andre, who was all smiles, Gia, who came to purchase a bottle of pill of tranquility, Donna, and several youngsters from the Lavers family. However, most of them were people Han Shuo didn't recognize. They were people of all ages and were dressed in gorgeous clothes. They were chatting with Carmelita, Andre, and the others in soft voices. A few gods, who were obviously not of high status, surrounded those people and shouted, "Open the door! Open the door! Damn it! Why are there so many people all of a sudden?" Gia, who was among the crowd, complained in a low voice. "We didn't want the news to spread, but that last Carmelita is too eye-catching. Her appearance is unique in the entire City of Shadows. The sudden change in her skin is simply the most eye-catching advertisement for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. On top of that, she has been telling everyone she meets. Who wouldn't know that the change in her skin originated from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Beth, the noblewoman beside Gia, also felt somewhat regretful. She knew that it would be difficult to realize her dream of monopolizing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. "Everyone, what do you want?" Han Shuo asked after opening the doors and sweeping his eyes across the crowd blocking the entrance. "Brat, look at me. What's so different about me?" Carmelita said excitedly. She leaped and stepped on a few heads as she arrived before Han Shuo. Those who were stepped on by Carmelita groaned and were about to denounce her for her actions. But when they saw Carmelita's face, they tactfully shut their mouths. "What's there to look at? I knew those medicines would work," Han Shuo said smilingly. "Brian, make a few more bottles for me. Hurry up." Carmelita giggled mischievously. She was not at all courteous to Han Shuo and immediately requested, Here are 5 small bottles. You can continue to take them. I've already prepared them for you." Han Shuo carefully took out 5 small bottles and handed them to Carmelita in front of everyone. He was very satisfied with the publicity Carmelita had done for him. Carmelita didn't stand on ceremony with Han Shuo. She kept the 5 small bottles like they were precious treasures and patted Han Shuo's shoulder in a carefree manner. "Thank you, Brian. You're too incredible. Brian, how much are those potions worth? Name a price, and I'll calculate it for you later." In the crowd, Andre suddenly shouted. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to suppress the noise. Everyone could hear it. Andre was standing alone, not far away. The people from the City of Shadows around him kept their distance from him. After Andre spoke those words, the clamorous crowd suddenly quietened down. In the City of Shadows, Andre was in charge of the finances of the House of Saint and indirectly controlled the economy of the City of Shadows. Any business of a major family clan had to go through Andre's approval. In addition to his extraordinary strength, Andre enjoyed an extremely high status in the City of Shadows. Given his status, the crowd naturally fell silent as soon as he spoke. They were afraid that they might drown out Andre's voice and incur his displeasure. To those merchants who needed to make a living in the City of Shadows, Andre was even more important than City Lord Wallace. That's a different matter. Carmelita and I are good friends. I personally refined these potions for her. Consider it a gift. You don't have to settle the score with me." Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and straightforwardly refused. Andre stared blankly for a moment, but did not force Han Shuo to accept the potions. He nodded with a faint smile and said, "All right then, I'll sell all the potions in your shop that can be sold to me at the price you set. That won't be a problem, right?" "How can we do that? We have waited for so long. How can we sell them all to you? Even the House of Saint shouldn't be so overbearing. This is a legal transaction. You can't sell them separately or first come first serve. We have waited for so long. How can we return empty-handed? Almost everyone was protesting Andre's decision. It seemed that they were no longer afraid of Andre's status in the City of Shadows. It seemed that the temptation of Han Shua's potions was indeed enormous. They had grown bolder all of a sudden. Andre, on the other hand, did not expect that his suggestion would be opposed by the entire crowd. He stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "Brian, just you wait." Han Shua nodded and forcefully suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He said, "Since everyone has given me so much face and waited until now, I can't let you all return empty-handed. How about this? Regardless of your status, each person is limited to 3 bottles. This way, I can guarantee that not everyone will be able to enjoy the potions from my shop." Good, good. Those who knew that their status wasn't high enough started to make a big fuss. Beth of the House of Kinson, who was about to speak, sighed helplessly. She turned to Gia, who was beside her, and said, "Well, it seems that we can't distribute the potions according to our family clans. How unlucky. We were the first to arrive, but that bastard refused to open the door. Otherwise, all the potions would belong to our House of Kinson. How could things end up like this?" Gia cried out angrily, but soon after she said regretfully, "If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a team of my family's divine guards. If we distribute the potions according to the number of people, we would have a bigger advantage." All right, stop complaining," Beth consoled. Then she softly said, "But this talent is the most important. As long as he is here, there will be an endless supply of potions. We should be paying more attention to his situation." That's right. Gia nodded when she heard those words. She paid even more attention to observing Han Shua. She suddenly felt that Han Shua was much more pleasing to the eye. Originally, she had a bad impression of Han Shua as she felt that Han Shua was arrogant and conceited. But after learning about the miraculous effects of Han Shua's potions, she immediately convinced herself that such a miraculous person should have an eccentric temperament. What a character! Come. Everyone, line up and come one by one. Each person is limited to 3 bottles. Please carefully look at the function and price on the bottle and choose the medicine most suitable for you. Han Shua's gentle voice sounded at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The crowd at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy immediately started pushing and shoving each other to get to the front. They hoped that they could be the first to enter the pharmacy so that they could choose the medicine most suitable for them. They did not want to be left behind and have their medicines snatched away by others. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, those with insufficient strength were thrown out of the arena. The powerful leaders of several major family clans stood in front of Han Shua without the slightest trace of politeness. All of them looked at Han Shua in a refined and courteous manner, asking Han Shua to begin. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He wanted to berate them, but when he saw the friendly smiles on the faces of the experts from the large family clans, Han Shua was too embarrassed to say anything. He stepped aside and allowed those people to enter first. He then casually called out, "Miss Carmelita, please keep an eye on the outside for me. Don't let them cause any trouble." "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them for you," Carmelita replied straightforwardly after carefully putting away the 5 medicine bottles. "He's just a pharmacist. What's so great about him? Look at that smug face of his." Cage suddenly groaned coldly from behind the crowd. Donna, on the other hand, was astounded. Her thoughts were in a mess. She turned to look at Cage and Eve beside her. She was originally prepared to denounce Han Shua, but now she suddenly didn't know what to do. Although those few people who entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy first were not patriarchs of large family clans, they were still reputable characters in the City of Shadows. Just like Andre, they had high status and prestige in their family clans. Judging from their behavior, Donna believed that they would be willing to offend the House of Lavers in order to establish a good relationship with Han Shua. Not to mention that the vile woman of the City of Shadows, Carmelita, was among the crowd. Even the illness that had plagued Carmelita for many years might be cured. In addition, from Donna's observations, if she were to denounce Han Shuo, would Carmelita help her or Han Shuo? Most importantly, from the discussions of those around her and Carmelita's deliberate propaganda, Carmelita believed that the medicines in Han Shuo's shop were equally important to the House of Labors. If she were to become enemies with Han Shuo, the House of Labors would very likely end up with nothing at all. When Donna thought of this, she felt so sad that she could die. She turned to look at her two younger siblings beside her. Donna secretly cursed them for being so immature and only knew how to cause trouble for the family clan. With such thoughts in mind, Eve's swollen face did not look pitiful at all. Instead, it looked even uglier. "Elder sister, are you going to uphold justice for us?" Eve hastily cried out when she saw that Donna's eyes were flickering. Feeling rather disgusted, Donna glared at Eve with a cold face and said, "Look at the current situation. Do you think it's appropriate for us to denounce him?" "Why not?" Eve had yet to see the situation clearly. All she knew was that she had to take revenge on Han Shuo. "Cage, do you think we should find trouble with Brian today?" Donna was too disappointed. She no longer looked at the anxious Eve beside her, but asked Cage, who was beside her. Cage wasn't as stupid as his younger sister. He put on an ugly expression when he heard those words. He helplessly sighed and said, "Let's forget about it for today. If we denounce him today, we might offend everyone who came here to buy his medicines. This doesn't seem to be appropriate. Then why are you all still here? Get out of here." Donna cursed softly. She turned around and was about to leave. However, she was smiling bitterly in her heart. "Brian, oh Brian, you really are something. It has only been half a year, and not only did you manage to befriend the House of Saint, the most feared family clan in the City of Shadows, you even made such miraculous medicines. Sai, Teng Fei, why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, Cage looked at Teng Fei, who was standing motionless beside him, and asked in a puzzled manner, "You guys go back first. I will buy a few bottles of medicine later and see if they really have that effect." Teng Fei put on a faint smile and said gently, although Teng Fei also disliked Han Shuo. As a descendant of a major family clan, he would never forget to work hard for the sake of his family clan. If those medicines in Han Shuo's shop really had that effect, Teng Fei would discard his personal feelings and do everything in his power to obtain those medicines. If you were as sensible as Teng Fei, such a talent wouldn't have slipped away from our House of Labors. Think about it, if those medicines could only be used by our family clan, how great would it be for our House of Labors? Donna sighed and left in disappointment. You actually believe in that fella's medicine?" Eve asked Teng Fei in a low voice. "So many people have gathered here for his medicines. There are many experts from major family clans in the City of Shadows here. I believe that their judgment is correct. Although I don't really like that fella, I have to stay for the benefit of my family clan. I'm sorry." It wasn't like Teng Fei liked Eve. Just like how Donna looked down on Eve, Teng Fei also looked down on this brainless woman from the bottom of his heart. You actually said that. I'm so disappointed. Brother, let's go." Eve dragged Cage and left in a huff. This time, she hated Teng Fei as well. Brainless woman. If you had half of Donna's intelligence, that fella might have become the personal pharmacist of the House of Labors. Idiot woman. Do you really think I care about you?" Teng Fei said in a low voice with a sneer after Eve left. Upon finishing those words, Teng Fei squeezed his way to the front in high spirits. He was wondering if he should try his best to build a good relationship with Han Shuo and draw a clear line between himself and Cage and Eve as soon as possible so that he would not incur Han Shuo's annoyance. The clamor continued. However, under the control of the evil woman, there were no more queue cutting. Those who entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy came out feeling both happy and regretful. They were happy that they had obtained medicines and regretful that they had only obtained 3 bottles. Before they left, they repeatedly reminded Han Shuo that he must leave some for them if he refined any new medicines. Han Shuo politely laughed but did not promise anyone anything. He only watched excitedly as the medicine bottles in the cupboards dwindled and the crystal coins in his hand grew heavier and heavier. "Miss Jia, I'm very happy that you did not cause trouble for me." Han Shuo greeted Jia with a beaming smile as he collected a bag full of black crystal coins when he saw Jia walking in with a beautiful woman. Jia's tender and beautiful face was full of smiles. She pleaded, "No matter what, I am your first tester. Can you give me special treatment?" "No problem. You can choose any 3 bottles, and I will give you a 20% discount. What do you think?" Han Shuo nodded and said in a deadpan manner, "Scoundrel." Jia cursed smilingly. She looked straight at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and said, "You know that's not what I mean. I don't need you to give me a 20% discount. I would rather buy them at a higher price as long as you give us the rest of the medicines. What do you think?" Han Shuo knew that these descendants of large family clans would not care about the amount of crystal coins. He was just teasing her on purpose. Now that he heard her say this, he immediately said righteously, "How can I do that? How can I do business if I give you everything? In my eyes, everyone is equal. It's the same even if you are of noble status. Stop acting so righteous in front of us. If everyone is equal, why don't you accept crystal coins for Carmelita's medicines?" Jia said bluntly. She was both annoyed and amused. "That's different. Carmelita and I are friends. Those medicines are a gift from me." Han Shuo said with a mischievous smile. "Then we're still friends. Sell everything to me. I am willing to pay a high price." Jia continued to pester Han Shuo. "Hey, can the people inside hurry up? We're still waiting." A few people outside shouted impatiently while Jia was pestering Han Shuo. 5 bottles. Each of you can take 5 bottles. That's all." Han Shuo saw that Jia was pestering him endlessly and that the people outside were getting more and more anxious. He had no choice but to surrender and give Jia a discount. "All right, let's call it a day. Next time you refine new medicines, remember to leave more for the Kinson family. Price is not a problem." Jia saw that Han Shuo had made up his mind and knew that she would be offended if she continued to pester him. Only then did she and her mother pick up the 10 medicine bottles and casually throw a bag of black crystal coins on the floor. She smiled faintly and held her mother's hand as they drifted away. "Oh, 5,000 black crystal coins. That seems to be 2,000 too much." Han Shuo waited for a moment. He knew that Jia did not care about the extra black crystal coins. He smiled bluntly and put the bag away. After sending off another 10 or so people, the number of medicines on this floor gradually decreased. It seemed that there would not be any left to sell in the near future. "Hi, Brian, we meet again." It was at this moment that Teng Fei walked in with a smile. He immediately greeted Han Shuo in a friendly manner. When Han Shuo saw that it was Teng Fei, the smile on his face disappeared. He calmly said, "Ah, so it is young Master Teng Fei. Are you here to purchase medicine from my shop as well?" "Of course. I did not expect that you, Brian, would be such a miraculous apothecary. I really misjudged you last time." Teng Fei did not mind Han Shuo's attitude towards him at all. He laughed heartily and said, "I am just a guest of the Lavers family. What happened last time was a grudge between you, Cage, and Eve. Please don't blame it on me. I am very appreciative of you. Pick 3 bottles of medicine." "I don't have time for you," Han Shuo impatiently urged Teng Fei. "Don't be so heartless. I was indeed in the wrong last time. I am now formally apologizing to you." Teng Fei had a good temper. He was not angered by Han Shuo's bad attitude at all. He chattered non-stop beside Han Shuo's ear. One had to admit that Teng Fei was a talented man. After listening for a while, Han Shuo forced a smile and said, You were not as eloquent as you were the last time. All right, take your things and leave. There are still many people waiting behind you. Do not hinder my business. That bastard inside, are you done yet? I will throw you out if you speak any more nonsense. Carmelita did not have a good impression of Tung Fei the last time she saw him with Eve. She suddenly threatened him with a cold voice. I'm leaving. Ting Fei let out a hollow laugh. It was obvious that he was a little afraid of Carmelita. He randomly picked 3 bottles of medicine, left behind 800 black crystal coins, and hastily left with a smile. Chapter 706. All the medicinal pellets refined by Han Shuo were sold within a day, earning a profit of 96,000 black crystal coins. Han Shuo was beaming with joy. He thought that with this amount of black crystal coins, he wouldn't have to worry for at least a few decades. The buyers left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, one after another. After Han Shuo had sold all his medicines, Carmelita hastily returned to the Saint residence to continue refining the medicinal pellets Han Shuo had specially refined for her. It was only after everyone had left that Han Shuo recalled that Donna had accompanied a few youngsters from the labor's family. He thought that Donna had come with Cage and Eve to thank him. Little did he expect that Donna had come to reprimand him. Han Shuo was rather puzzled that Donna did not enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He had left some medicines for Donna and was waiting for Donna to pick them up. Little did he expect that Donna had left. Han Shuo did not think too much about it. He thought that Donna must have decided to come back another day because there were too many people around. 96,000 black crystal coins. What a windfall. Han Shuo closed the doors of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and started counting the black crystal coins in his space ring. His silly laughter never stopped. He mumbled, 96,000 black crystal coins. That's enough to buy a manor in the City of Shadows, and one that's fully furnished. This is awesome! All the medicinal ingredients he had gathered on Elysium had been used to refine medicinal pellets. Although Han Shuo had earned 96,000 black crystal coins, he had no choice but to gather more medicinal ingredients in order to continue making money. Han Shuo was the only one who knew the ingredients needed to refine the pills. He had no choice but to do it himself. After putting up the temporarily off sale sign again, Han Shuo left the City of Shadows and headed towards the mountain ranges in the vicinity. The City of Shadows was surrounded by rolling mountain ranges. Many of the medicinal ingredients that Han Shuo needed grew in the mountains. With his previous experience, Han Shuo picked as many medicinal ingredients as he could and stayed in the mountain ranges for more than a month. Han Shuo released the demon generals from the cauldron of myriad demon, one after another. All of a sudden, he had gained dozens of pairs of eyes. With that, the speed at which he could gather medicinal ingredients increased by more than 10 times. In just a little over a month, Han Shuo had traversed all the mountains in the vicinity. He had gathered enough medicinal ingredients to fill 2 space rings, enough for Han Shuo to refine medicinal pellets for a year. As the mountain range around the City of Shadows was practically free of danger, no enemy forces or god hunters dared to roam around the mountain range. During the month or so that Han Shuo collected medicinal ingredients, he had encountered the divine guards of the City of Shadows a total of 57 times. They formed small teams and frequently patrolled the mountain range to prevent large-scale invasions. Many of those divine guards did not recognize Han Shuo. At first, they thought that Han Shuo was very suspicious. But when Han Shuo flashed the badge given to him by City Lord Wallace, all the divine guards immediately became respectful towards Han Shuo. Not only did they immediately apologize to Han Shuo, they would even report to Han Shuo about any anomalies they encountered in the vicinity. They thought that Han Shuo was a member of the House of Saint. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. When Han Shuo returned to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he was dumbfounded. Han Shuo did not expect that his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be smashed. As soon as he stepped into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he discovered that all the utensils on the first and second floors had been smashed. The entire set of medicinal bottles and jars that Han Shuo purchased were now in pieces. Not a single one of them was intact. Even the energy stones in the boundary towers on the third floor of the gymnasium were smashed. From the first floor to the third floor, the entire Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was in a complete mess. The more Han Shuo looked, the angrier he became. He wondered who could have done such a shameless thing while he was away. Han Shuo wore a gloomy face. He walked from the first floor to the third floor, and from the third floor to the first floor, wondering who could have done such a thing. The first people that came to his mind were Cage and Eve of the Laver's family. These two were the first people he offended after arriving on Elysium. The second person was that golden-haired young man named Edmund who came with Jia. Back then, Edmund had the intention of smashing Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, but stopped in anger because of Anaito's timely appearance. Other than that, Han Shuo couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing to his pharmacy. He had only been in the City of Shadows for a short period of time and had only offended a few people. Han Shuo's return soon attracted Anaito's attention. He rushed to the scene with a team of divine guards. When he saw that Han Shuo was sitting on the chair that was missing a leg and wearing a gloomy face, Anaito was alarmed. He hastily explained to Han Shuo with a bitter face, "The incident happened 7 days ago. It should have happened late at night. We return to the third core every night and therefore don't know what happened. When we returned the next day, the shop was already in this state. Did you find any clues?" Han Shuo asked Anaito with a cold face as he leaned on the chair that was missing a leg and gently rocked. Anaito forced a smile and shook his head. He replied, "We have been investigating for a few days and have not found any traces of anyone. We have no idea who did it. Miss Carmelita has yet to come out from the gymnasium. Lord Andre has instructed us to preserve the scene until someone returns. Therefore, we didn't dare to clean it up. Those who want to curry favor with you also didn't dare to touch this place." Han Shuo believed that if it weren't for Andre's order, those nobles from large family clans who were willing to spend a fortune to purchase medicines from him would be more than happy to redecorate this place. They might even make the place even more magnificent than before it was destroyed. That way, when Han Shuo returned, he wouldn't see the scene before his eyes. "Do you know the identity of that Edmund who came to my shop last time?" Han Shuo asked Anaito with his brows bunched after keeping silent for a moment. "He's a member of the House of Buller. However, that fella isn't a direct relative of the House of Buller. That fella doesn't have much status in the House of Buller. After the incident at your shop, the first person that came to my mind was that fella. I have carefully investigated him and found that he wasn't in the City of Shadows at all during that period of time. It shouldn't be his doing. In addition, that fella isn't as bold as you imagine. I believe that after he learned of your relationship with Miss Carmelita, he wouldn't dare to have any designs on your shop." Anaito analyzed to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was even more puzzled after hearing those words. According to Anaito, Edmund didn't have the guts to do so. Based on Han Shuo's observation of Edmund that day, it seemed to be the case. If it wasn't Anaito, then who could it be? "All right, thank you." Han Shuo suddenly thanked Anaito after pondering for a moment. Of course, of course." Anaito bowed and smiled humbly. He took the initiative to suggest, "Do you want me to get someone to help you redecorate your shop? I know some people in the City of Shadows who are in charge of such matters. What do you think? Then I'll have to trouble you. Here are 500 black crystal coins. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." Although Han Shuo couldn't find any clues from the interior of the shop that was in ruins, he knew that the shop had to be kept open. Therefore, Han Shuo casually tossed 500 black crystal coins to Anaito, indicating for him to help take care of the shop. "Don't worry, I will get it done properly for you." Anaito immediately patted his chest and guaranteed after receiving the crystal coins from Han Shuo. "All right then, I will leave this place to you. I have some matters to attend to." Han Shuo believed that Anaito would take care of the shop. He nodded at him, smilingly, and left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. There were only a few people that Han Shuo had offended in the City of Shadows. If it wasn't for Edmund, Han Shuo immediately thought of Cage and Eve. Han Shuo's anger grew even more when he thought of the two. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for me, Eve's face would have been disfigured. Not only did you not thank me in person, you even dared to attack my shop in secret. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Therefore, Han Shuo went to the laver's residence. The two divine guards from the laver's residence recognized Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had risen to fame in the City of Shadows, had been the talk of many members of the laver's residence. As soon as the two saw Han Shuo, they immediately recognized Han Shuo. Their attitudes became very friendly, and they greeted Han Shuo from afar. Haha, I didn't expect that Mr. Han Shuo is actually an amazing pharmacist. Mr. Han Shuo's medicines have been in a frenzy recently, said the divine guard who had enthusiastically introduced the members of the laver's family to Han Shuo last time with a chuckle. Thank you for your reminder last time. Please accept this small bottle of medicine as a token of my respect. Han Shuo naturally remembered the two cordial divine guards and casually gifted them 2 bottles of pills of rejuvenation. Many thanks, many thanks. The smiles on the two divine guards' faces grew even wider. They knew just how valuable the medicine of rejuvenation was in the City of Shadows. The price of a small bottle of pills of rejuvenation was equivalent to 3 years of their salary. It would be strange if they weren't happy. Mr. Han, are you here to look for Miss Donna? Unfortunately, Miss Donna has departed for the Space Dominion. She won't be back for at least a year. The divine guard explained to Han Shuo in a rather regretful manner after he carefully put away the bottles of medicine of rejuvenation from Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not know that Donna had visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy many times during the period when Han Shuo was away from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to gather medicinal ingredients. She wanted to ask him about what happened to Eve and, at the same time, establish a good relationship with Han Shuo. She also wanted to purchase some medicines from Han Shuo on behalf of the laver's family. Oh, Donna isn't here. Han Shuo started hesitating whether he should enter the laver's residence after learning that Donna wasn't around. After all, the only person that Han Shuo knew in the laver's family was Donna. If Donna wasn't around, it would be inconvenient to talk about many things. Hey, isn't this Brian? Why aren't you going in? Come, let's talk inside. An untimely voice sounded from a distance. Tang Fei appeared before Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. As though he was very familiar with Han Shuo, he pulled Han Shuo towards the laver's residence. Han Shuo was practically forcibly brought into the laver's residence by Tang Fei. It seemed that it was no longer appropriate for him to leave. Han Shuo had no choice but to follow Tang Fei inside. Donna and her brother have left for the Space Dominion. They will be back after some time. Previously, Donna and I even went to look for you. Unfortunately, you weren't at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Tang Fei smilingly explained Donna's situation to Han Shuo along the way. He then pulled Han Shuo towards the gymnasium. Since Donna isn't here, I'd better leave as soon as possible. I came here just to look for her. Other than Donna, I'm not familiar with anyone else in the laver's residence. It's best if I don't stay here. Han Shuo suddenly stopped moving and stopped being pulled by Tang Fei. Since you're already here, why don't you just chat with me? I'm getting more and more annoyed staying in the laver's residence. Those two siblings are truly incapable people. It's not pleasant to get along with them at all. Ever since Tang Fei, Cage, and Eve weren't on the same side as before, the relationship between the three had deteriorated. Tang Fei looked down on Cage and Eve. Naturally, he wouldn't try to mend their relationship. Instead, he straightforwardly drew a line between them and decided to get along well with Donna and Han Shuo. While Tang Fei was speaking, he suddenly froze. He raised his head and saw an enraged Cage glaring at him and Han Shuo from the entrance of the gymnasium. Eve, whose face was still covered in sweat, was also glaring at Tang Fei and Han Shuo with hatred. You still dare to come to our residence? Eve shouted angrily when she saw Han Shoa. I'm here to look for Donna. It's none of your business. Eve's ungrateful attitude further enraged Han Shoa. Han Shoa wouldn't give this brainless woman any face. You beat me up last time, and I still haven't settled the score with you. And now you're acting so arrogantly in our labor's residence. Are you really courting death? Eve flew into a rage. I'm not going to bicker with brainless women. Forget it. It seems that the labor's residence really doesn't welcome me. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Han Shoa waved his hand and ignored Eve. He felt that arguing with a woman like her was pointless. Besides, this was the labor's residence. He would be the one at a disadvantage if he continued arguing. A mere low god who only knows how to refine some medicines. Since when did you have the right to be so arrogant in the City of Shadows? Humph. Serves you right for your shop to be smashed. This is what happens when you act recklessly. Ha! Cage, who was looking at Han Shoa with cold eyes, suddenly started laughing heartily. Han Shoa, who was about to turn around and leave, immediately stopped when he heard Cage's words. He stared at the laughing Cage with cold eyes and asked, Was it you? Cage was startled for a moment before he sneered, None of your business. Ha! You don't need to know if it was me or not. In any case, it was a good smashing. Han Shoa nodded, but did not say a word. He put on a gloomy face, turned around, and left while Cage was sneering at him. Asterisk, 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 that very night, 3 energy crystal shops owned by Avery of the Lavers family, but actually managed by Cage and Eve, exploded. A total of 7 Lavers family divine guards were injured in the explosions, and energy crystals worth 30,000 black crystal coins were destroyed in an instant. Early the next morning, Cage flew into a great rage when he heard about the incident. He jumped up and down and shouted, It's him! It must be him! I'm going to settle the score with him. Upon finishing those words, Cage led a team of divine guards directly under his command and charged straight for Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, without notifying his father Avery. Chapter 707. By the time Cage arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with a team of divine guards, he saw that it was bustling with activity. Anaito, who was in the midst of gathering people to reorganize the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, saw that Cage was charging towards him as though he had swallowed gunpowder. He coldly stopped Cage at the entrance and said in a displeased manner, Young Master Cage, what are you doing? Where is he? The owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian? Where is he? Tell him to come out. Cage stood in front of the door and yelled into it. I'm sorry, the owner of the shop isn't here. Wait until he returns. Anaito was unperturbed. He raised his voice and let out a stern howl. The divine guards of the Third Corps soon arrived and lined up outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They coldly gazed at Cage and his party. It seemed that they had come prepared. Cage's father, Avery, was also one of the chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows. However, the divine guards in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were all from the House of Lavers. The two parties immediately clashed with each other. However, it was clear that Anaito's party had the upper hand. On one hand, it was because the Third Corps belonged to the House of Saint. On the other hand, it was because Erebus was more powerful than Avery. Anaito had been stationed near the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all this time because of Erebus's permission. Therefore, Anaito was not afraid of any conflict with Cage. The towering rage in Cage's heart slowly cooled down as the Third Corps of Anaito's divine guards drew their swords. Cage was a little smarter than his sister Eve. He knew that if he were to clash with Anaito at this moment, he would be the one in the wrong. He would not be able to gain any benefits from the fight. Cage forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and had no choice but to give up. He left behind a few harsh words and left with his House of Lavers divine guards. His face was dark and gloomy as he tried to figure out where Han Shoa was. Young Master, are we just going to let this go? One of the divine guards asked angrily. Of course it won't be that simple. But we don't know where that youngster is hiding. If we can't find him, we won't be able to do anything, Cage replied furiously. He turned around to look at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and said, let's go find my father. Cage of the 5th Corps of the City of Shadows rushed over. Inside a secret chamber in the 5th Corps, Avery's face turned ugly as he listened to Cage's report. The more he listened, the darker his face became. When Cage finally finished, Avery abruptly stood up and gave Cage a tight slap on his face. The slap made Cage stagger a few steps back. Cage covered his swollen cheek and didn't dare to make a sound. He just looked at his angry father with a wronged expression. How many times have I told you that it's best not to provoke that brat, but you just wouldn't listen to me? Great, now that the 3 shops have lost so many crystal coins, the responsibility will still fall on my head in the end. Can't the 2 of you learn from Donna and her sister and cause less trouble for me? Avery slammed the table in front of him. Looking at his son, who was always causing trouble, he could only feel anger welling up in him. Father, after what you told us the last time, we really didn't provoke him on purpose. This time, he was the one who started all this trouble. I only said a few words to him. How could I have known that this brat would be so ruthless? He destroyed 3 of our shops in one night. He is obviously relying on the protection of the House of Saint to look down on us. Cage covered his face and choked with sobs. He looked as though he had suffered a great grievance. Did you order someone to destroy his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Avery bunched his brows and coldly groaned. No, it really wasn't me. I wouldn't dare disobey Father's orders. Cage repeatedly guaranteed. Then are you certain that it was that youngster who destroyed our 3 shops? Avery asked again. It must be him. I provoked him a few times in our family, but he left with a gloomy face without saying a word. That night, 3 of our energy stone shops were destroyed. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Cage hastily replied with a face full of hatred. Avery nodded, waved his hand, and instructed. Go home and look after your good-for-nothing sister. Don't leave the family house on your own for the time being. I will handle this matter. You are not allowed to interfere. After a short pause, when he saw the puzzled look on Cage's face, he angrily shouted, Do you hear me? Cage was startled. He had rarely seen Avery so angry. He hastily nodded and replied in a low voice, Got it! Get lost now. Avery grew angrier and angrier when he saw Cage's reaction. He roared again. Cage hastily covered his face and immediately disappeared from the secret chamber. Avery's anger had yet to subside even after Cage left the secret chamber. He cursed a few more times before he finally calmed down. After a long while, Avery suddenly said, Number 3, investigate that youngster's background. Find out if he really had anything to do with the explosion of the 3 shops. Yes. An emotionless response was heard from the darkness behind Avery. A shadow twisted for a moment before suddenly disappearing. On the 3rd floor of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo looked at Anaito, who was walking up, and asked, That youngster left! He left. Don't worry, with us around, there won't be any danger, Anaito replied respectfully. After a short pause, he immediately asked in a fawning tone, Are you satisfied with the decorations of the gymnasium on the 3rd floor? Yes, not bad. I will have to trouble you for the next 2 days. Stop anyone who comes to disturb me. I need some time to refine medicines, Han Shuo instructed. Rest assured, my lord, we know what to do. Anaito immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Soon after, he let out a mischievous smile and said, Our Lord Erebus is also very interested in your medicines. He has entrusted me to order some medicines from you. The price is negotiable. Would you please fulfill his request? Han Shuo had long known that Anaito must have received Erebus's instructions for him to stay in the vicinity all this time. Since Erebus had expressed his goodwill so early on, Han Shuo naturally knew what to do. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, I know what to do. Please convey my thanks to Lord Erebus. Haha, thank you very much. After hearing Han Shua's words, Anaito knew that Erebus's instructions would not be a problem. He immediately retreated with a beaming smile on his face. After he came out, he loudly shouted at those who were decorating the second and third floors, "Be more attentive, or don't even think of getting a single crystal coin." Han Shua, who was in the gymnasium on the third floor, shook his head and laughed. He did not have a good impression of Anaito's pretentious attempts to curry favor. However, when he recalled that Anaito was busy doing everything for Han Shua's sake, Han Shua did not say much. Who could have destroyed the other two shops? Han Shua's imagination started to run wild. Of the 3 energy stone shops owned by Avery of the Lavers family, Han Shua had only destroyed the smallest shop as revenge for Cage's destruction of his celestial pearl pharmacy. When he heard that the other 2 shops had been destroyed in the same way not long after he left, his heart was filled with doubt. He didn't know who had done it. It should be other enemies of the Lavers family. Han Shua thought to himself. Although he was rather puzzled about the matter, he did not really take it to heart. As time was of the essence, Han Shua needed to make the best use of his time to refine new medicinal pellets. He did not have the time to care about this matter. At the same time, in an underground secret room covered with boundaries in the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, Godswamp, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade was softly asking a person kneeling before him. That person was only a little over a meter tall. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he looked like an aged dwarf. His eyes were sparkling with treacherous radiance. "Stice, how is it going?" The elderly man with a head full of white hair asked softly. "Rest assured, master. Everything is going according to plan. Avery has sent people to investigate what happened last night. I believe he will find some evidence to prove that it was that youngster named Brian who did it." Do you want us to launch another attack on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" The shorty named Stice replied respectfully. "There is no need for that. At this point in time, we can completely stay out of this matter. I know Avery very well. He is the kind of person who doesn't make a move easily. But once he does, he will not leave anyone alive. That fella managed to restrain himself last time, but I believe he will not continue to do so this time. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the youngster will vanish from the City of Shadows without a trace tomorrow. About that youngster's medicines, should we?" Stice probed. The elderly man with a gentle smile shook his head and softly said, "There is no need to complicate the issue. Avery will not make a move. But once he does, not only will the youngster disappear forever, Avery will also know all his secrets about medicines. The House of Lavers isn't an expert in the production of medicines. Even if Avery had obtained those memories, if he wishes for the House of Lavers to reap the greatest benefits, it is only a matter of time before he comes to us. After all, we have a good relationship with the House of Lavers, and we are the largest pharmacist in the City of Shadows. Who else can he look for but us? Master is wise." Stice did not say anything else, but sincerely flattered the elderly man. The white-haired elderly man waved his hand and gestured for Stice to leave. After Stice left, the elderly man fiddled with a piece of dried bone in his hand and muttered, "If the House of Saint takes their anger out on Avery because of this matter, it would be ideal if the 2 family clans start a war." The elderly man gently caressed the dried bone in his hand. His face was filled with love as he said, "Chrissy, my child, you will not die in vain." At dusk, Avery was sitting at the top of the tallest building in the 5th Corps. He squinted his eyes as he gazed at the colorful sunset. He was holding a wine glass in one hand and a bottle in the other. He was pouring himself a drink and did not seem to be bothered by the explosion that happened in his shop. "Something bad is going to happen. His lordship always does something crazy every time he drinks," said a few divine guards of the 5th Corps. They could vaguely see what Avery was doing on the top of the tall building. They shrunk their necks and said in low voices, I wonder which fella is going to be the unlucky one. His lordship, when he's drunk, tends to disregard everyone's feelings. We have to be more careful not to make his lordship unhappy, lest we get implicated," said another divine guard in a low voice. Although the sunset was beautiful, it was eventually covered by the darkness of the night. When the sky was completely dark, there were 8 empty bottles beside Avery. His eyes were rather dazed, as though he had fallen asleep. He was lying on a chair and looking at the sky with his eyes narrowed. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "My lord, we have found the medicine bottles sold by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the exploded shop. There are special markings on them. We can confirm that they are from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." The dazed Avery barely straightened his body. He appeared to be suffering from a hangover. He casually replied, "Oh," and nonchalantly asked, "Where are they?" "Still at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy," replied the person in the darkness. Avery nodded, turned his back to the person, and waved his hand. He instructed, "Go to the labor's residence and keep an eye on those 2 good-for-nothings. Don't let them leave the labor's residence without my command." "Yes, my lord." The dark figure replied straightforwardly and left without making a sound. Avery rubbed his eyes, gulped down the last mouthful of wine in the glass in front of him, lay on the chair, and fell into a deep sleep. When it was late at night, a phantom flew out from his body, like a wisp of a ghost, and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. On the 3rd floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua had temporarily used the gymnasium as a pellet refinement room. The 9 tessellation cauldron was like a throbbing flame. It was constantly spinning in front of him. Wisps of fragrant smoke were emitted from the patterns on the cauldron and filled the entire gymnasium. A ball of red flame flew into the 9 tessellation cauldron from his palm. The medicinal fragrance in the gymnasium grew thicker and thicker. The 9 tessellation cauldron spun faster and faster, gradually turning into a phantom. Suddenly, crisp and clear sounds of collisions could be heard from the constantly spinning 9 tessellation cauldron. Han Shua was delighted. He knew that a cauldron of pill of rejuvenation was about to be completed. Previously, when Han Shua had been concentrating on refining pellets, he suddenly discovered that his state of mind had become calmer and calmer. During the process of refining pellets, Han Shua discovered that not only did his demonic yuan increase a little every time it recovered due to the enormous consumption, even his omen realm seemed to be rapidly stabilizing. When Han Shua discovered that not only did refining pellets not hinder the progress of his demonic arts, but it actually improved his demonic yuan in a bizarre manner, he became even more enthusiastic about refining pellets. Cauldron Spirit also gave Han Shua an answer. It told Han Shua that as long as he could focus on one task with a clear mind, it would indeed be of great help to his current realm. Ding, ling, ling, dozens of medicine bottles suddenly flew out from Han Shua's space ring. Every time those exquisite medicine bottles collided with each other, they would emit a pleasing sound. One after another, the medicine bottles flew towards the 9 tessellation cauldron in an orderly manner. Han Shua flicked his index finger, and a sparkling medicinal pellet flew out from the 9 tessellation cauldron and accurately landed in one of the beautiful medicine bottles. The medicine bottles, loaded with medicinal pellets, would immediately land on the ground next to Han Shua. Then the rich medicinal fragrance in the gymnasium would fade a little. Han Shua was already very familiar with the process. One medicine bottle after another flew out, and medicinal pellets landed next to Han Shua with a flick of his index finger. In just a short while, there were already 40 medicine bottles next to Han Shua. When there were a total of 49 medicine bottles next to Han Shua, the 9 tessellation cauldron steadily returned to Han Shua's palm. It gradually shrunk until it was the size of a palm before disappearing. At this moment, Han Shua's 5 fingers moved. His space ring began to shine, and the 49 medicine bottles next to him disappeared one after another. Han Shua took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He began to recover the demonic yuan in his body. This was a good method Han Shuo had recently discovered to increase his demonic yuan. Therefore, he was very attentive. Suddenly, Han Shuo, who was calmly recovering the demonic yuan in his body, felt his hair stand on end. The feeling came so abruptly that it made all the hair on his body stand on end. Han Shuo immediately tried to sense the surroundings with his consciousness, but couldn't discover anything out of the ordinary. He then released 2 demon generals from Cauldron Spirit and had them land outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to secretly observe everything. Anaito and his divine guards were in a building not far from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo could see that Anaito and his divine guards were still operating. Han Shuo felt a little relieved when he knew that Anaito and his divine guards were still active. Han Shuo's demon generals continued to observe from afar, but didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. However, the sense of crisis in his body didn't subside. After a while, Cauldron Spirit anxiously transmitted, "There's an enemy. Although his strength isn't that great, he is much stronger than you. He's here." A shadowy figure appeared soundlessly. By the time Han Shuo sensed the shadowy figure approaching him, it was already too late. The surrounding darkness seemed to have condensed into a mass of air and rushed towards Han Shuo's body. He suddenly found it difficult to move. "Deploy the invincible omen body." Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo, who turned pale with fright, immediately deployed the invincible omen body that he had recently become very proficient with. The next moment, an irresistible force suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's body. A loud rumble came from within his body. Intense pain instantly flooded Han Shuo's nerves. Any ordinary person would have fainted from the pain, but Han Shuo only became more clear-headed. With just one strike, the shadowy figure was confident that Han Shuo was already dead and was no longer anxious. Accompanied by the darkness, the shadowy figure gradually arrived in front of Han Shuo and muttered in a low voice, "What a pity! He could have been used by my family." Han Shuo smelled the strong scent of alcohol. Then he saw the shadowy figure raise a hand and slowly press it towards Han Shuo's head. Memory extraction. Han Shuo immediately understood what he wanted to do. Shadow strength was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. Han Shuo didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Even with the invincible omen body's defense, Han Shuo knew that his demonic body was severely injured. He wasn't on the same level as that person. Seeing that the hand was about to land on his head, Han Shuo steeled his heart and made a prompt decision. He immediately activated the blood essence in his demonic infant. The meridians in his body were severed. A mist of blood immediately gushed out from his body and shrouded his entire body. "Huh!" The shadowy figure softly cried out. He suddenly lost track of Han Shuo after his hand fell. He became anxious and quickly flew around every corner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, he still couldn't find any trace of Han Shuo. He immediately started searching further away from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 708. Deep into the night, outside the City of Shadows, in the middle of a man-eating shrub, a black shadow suddenly appeared with a bang sound. The black shadow smashed into a swaying, man-eating flower, directly breaking it in half. A pungent smell of blood suddenly emanated from the dark figure. The smell of blood seemed to possess the most powerful allure. It caused all the man-eating plants in the patch of man-eating shrubs to become excited. Tenacious branches covered with sharp thorns and banana leaves flowing with intense corrosive liquid suddenly moved from their motionless state. All of them flew towards the dark figure. In but an instant, the dark figure vanished. Layers of entangling branches and leaves appeared, wrapping the dark figure into the shape of a human. The night was cool and refreshing. Time passed silently. The man-eating plants wrapping around the dark figure wriggled and tore at the creature with all their might. The tighter and tighter they wrapped around the creature, as though they were trying to choke, grind, and devour the creature inside. Crack! Strange noises sounded from the center of the human-shaped creature. The tenacious branches that tightened around the creature gradually loosened and retreated at an even faster speed. Crack! Crack! The branches, leaves, and roots of the man-eating plants that were retreating a little slower suddenly split into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Slowly, Han Shuo moved his arms and legs. He felt that every ounce of strength was 10 times more difficult than before. His eyelids also seemed to have grown several times heavier. Even the act of keeping his eyes open had become extremely difficult. With great difficulty, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the ground and recovered some of his strength. With one thought, Han Shuo's 2 avatars flew out of his body at the same time. The 2 avatars stood on the left and right side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Han Shuo did not immediately return to the City of Shadows. Instead, his 2 avatars led his main body to a secluded underground cave amidst the many mountain ranges outside the City of Shadows. They carefully concealed all traces of their existence. The 2 avatars made some arrangements outside the cave. Only then did the avatar of death silently leave. In the dead of the night, the City of Shadows was devoid of the hustle and bustle of the day. It appeared very tranquil. When the avatar of death arrived outside the city walls of the labor's residence, it silently released a few demon generals. However, its main body did not dare to enter the city. If he didn't pass through the city gates and entered the city from other areas, he would have to face the merciless attacks of the barrier towers surrounding him. Han Shuo didn't have the confidence to safely avoid them, so he could only stay outside the city. The incorporeal demon generals could pass through the barrier towers that targeted physical attacks. Han Shuo lurked in the dark and observed the situation around him through a few demon generals. After confirming that the target was the labor's residence, the demon general bypassed the barrier towers and arrived at the labor's residence. The boundary inside the labor's residence was even more detailed, but it was not strong enough to prevent the demon generals from entering. The demon generals circled around the labor's residence and soon found Cage and Eve's room. 2 demon generals hid there and secretly observed the duo's every move. "Brother, why doesn't Father allow us to leave the labor's residence?" The gods on Elysium had very little need for sleep. Even in the dead of night, they would spend most of their time meditating. At this moment, Eve was clearly not meditating. She was complaining to Cage. "Father naturally has his reasons for his decision. We just need to listen to him." Cage appeared very calm. Cage seemed very calm. He glanced at the agitated Eve and said solemnly, "Father is really angry this time. I'm sure that we'd better behave for the time being and don't cause any more trouble. Do you understand? But that guy has destroyed 3 of our shops. We have been bullied to this extent. Aren't we going to retaliate?" Eve's voice grew softer. She had rarely seen Cage so obedient. She knew that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. "Don't worry. Father said that he will take care of it." Cage put on a cold smile and said, "I heard from the divine guards that Father drank quite a lot tonight. Do you know what it means for Father to drink?" Eve was startled for a moment before she seemed to recall something. She became overjoyed and said, You mean, Cage nodded and confidently said, "Someone is going to be in big trouble." "That's great. I knew Father wouldn't let us be bullied for nothing." "Haha, that youngster, we probably won't be able to see him again." Eve's mood was much better than before. Her face was filled with a cold smile. The 2 demon generals that were placed to spy on Cage and Eve were withdrawn. They silently retreated towards Han Shuo, who was hiding outside the city wall. There was no need for further investigation. Han Shuo already knew who attacked him tonight. The strong smell of alcohol on the assailant's body couldn't have been faked. After comparing it with Cage and Eve's words, Han Shuo was immediately certain that the assailant was the chief of the 5th Corps, Avery. Han Shuo knew that Avery was planning to kill him tonight. If he died, Even if the House of Saint figured out that it was Avery who did it, they wouldn't go to war against Avery. After all, Avery was the chief of the Fifth Corps and represented the entire House of Labors. Han Shuo might have some value when he was alive, but he was worthless when he was dead. A dead man who couldn't even refine medicine wasn't worth the House of Saint going to war against him. Perhaps only Carmelita would avenge him. Han Shuo thought in a self-deprecating manner. However, if Carmelita doesn't know who my enemy is, how is she going to avenge me? A series of thoughts flashed across Han Shuo's mind. Although Avery's drunken attack seemed reckless, after careful consideration, Han Shuo realized that Avery was a decisive and ruthless person. Avery's actions must have been carefully thought out before he pretended to be drunk. How could a high god be drugged by alcohol? After figuring all this out, Han Shuo suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He no longer dared to underestimate any high god in the City of Shadows. If a mere Avery was this terrifying, then wouldn't the other chiefs of divine guards and patriarchs of major family clans who were even stronger and more powerful than Avery be even more terrifying? Han Shuo, who had recently become famous in the City of Shadows due to his medicines, immediately calmed down. He realized that his recent smooth sailing had led him to underestimate the experts in the City of Shadows. It was also because he had underestimated how terrifying Avery and the House of Labors could be that he was almost killed tonight. Han Shuo softly cried out. His demon generals who were retreating from the Labors' residence suddenly discovered a shadow outside Cage and Eve's house. That shadow had completely merged with the darkness and was gently twisting about as though it was searching for something. Where is it? There must be something nearby. What could it be? The figure of the Fifth Corps that Avery referred to as number 3 looked all around in the darkness, trying to find the unknown threat lurking in the darkness. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything. After letting out a soft cry, Han Shuo hastily ordered his demon generals to retreat. Through his demon generals, Han Shuo discovered the shadow in the darkness and immediately determined that it was a mid-god with extraordinary strength and an expert in concealment. Han Shuo had more or less guessed the truth of the matter. Fearing that his demon generals would be discovered, Han Shuo immediately ordered his demon generals to retreat. That night, Han Shuo's avatar of death silently returned to the cave where his main body was. He had no intention of returning to the City of Shadows for the time being. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Anaito's efforts, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been refurbished to the point where it looked brand new. During these days, members of various large family clans visited Anaito one after another, inquiring about Han Shuo's whereabouts. They were eager to purchase new medicines. Many of those who purchased a few bottles of medicine from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had tried the miraculous effects of the medicine. Every single one of them was full of praise for the medicine. They spread the word about the miraculous effects of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy everywhere. More and more members of the aristocratic families in the City of Shadows began to pay attention to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that had just risen to prominence. Anaito knew nothing of what happened that night. Naturally, he couldn't give the people a satisfactory answer about Han Shuo's mysterious disappearance. Erebus, the chief of the Third Corps, had sought him out several times. But as the person in question was not around, where could Anaito go to purchase the medicine? Another month passed. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's reputation in the City of Shadows grew. Many large family clans began to grow suspicious when Han Shuo did not show up for a long time. Some family clans even mobilized their forces to search for traces of Han Shuo in the mountain ranges around the City of Shadows. Carmelita's complexion had become more and more normal after she walked out of her meditation. Carmelita, who was originally extremely ugly, was now only ordinary ugly due to the changes in her complexion and skin, even though she was still far from the word beautiful. Carmelita was so excited that she had even thought of how she could repay Han Shuo, but unfortunately, Han Shuo's mysterious disappearance had greatly disappointed her. Carmelita had heard from Han Shua about the time when he went to gather medicinal herbs and Han Shua's daily practice. In addition, she also heard from Anaito that Han Shua had already gathered all the medicinal herbs when he returned. With that, Carmelita started to feel anxious. By the 4th month, not only Carmelita, but almost all the members of large family clans who were preparing to purchase medicine from Han Shua believed that something must have happened to Han Shua. Many believed that Han Shua might have been killed when the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was destroyed. But Carmelita did not believe it. She had returned from the Miasma Cloud mountain range with Han Shua. She had heard from Han Shua that his life-saving skills were top-notch. The fact that a low god like Han Shua was able to walk out alive from the perilous situation in the Miasma Cloud mountain range, and even brought her along with him, made her believe it deeply. Carmelita was truly anxious. She ordered the divine guards of the House of Saint to search for Han Shua everywhere, not only in the City of Shadows, but also in some of the cities and fortresses under the City of Shadows. A large-scale search for Han Shua was carried out in full swing under Carmelita's leadership. Meanwhile, Andre, an important figure of the House of Saint, had begun to investigate the matter. "How is it?" Andre narrowed his eyes. His left pupil turned dark purple and emitted ice-cold killing intent. If Han Shua were here, he would surely discover that Andre was a completely different person from his usual amiable self. A man wearing a white mask was kneeling in front of Andre. Under the white mask, there was only a pair of empty eyes. He looked like a lifeless corpse, giving off a very uncomfortable and inhuman feeling. That night, Lord Avery of the Lavers family drank to his heart's content, said the old-fashioned, indifferent voice from the man wearing the white mask. It sounded as though there was no emotion in his voice. "Continue." Andre's dark purple left pupil suddenly closed. He looked at the man with his right eye. Avery's son, Cage, went to the 5th Corps. The two talked in a secret chamber for a while before Cage returned to the Lavers' residence. He has not stepped out of the Lavers' residence to this day. The emotionless voice paused for a moment before continuing. However, there are eyewitnesses who claim that Avery did not step out of the 5th Corps building that night. He fell into a deep sleep after getting drunk and did not wake up until dawn. It would be fine if he wasn't there. But since he was at the top of the 5th Corps' sky tower all this time and someone saw him, it must be him. It seems that I have to go and have a talk with him. Andre stood up. His left eye opened and turned into the same dark gray color as his right eye. His entire temperament had changed, and he had once again become the smiling and gentle Andre. In the 5th Corps, at the top of the sky tower where Avery was drunk, Andre suddenly appeared out of thin air and sat on the seat that belonged to Avery. He calmly gazed at the azure sky above his head and gently rocked the chair he was sitting on. Avery, who was handling government affairs, suddenly bunched his brows and instructed the few people in front of him. "That's all for now. All of you are dismissed. My lord, there are still a few matters that I need your— Back off." Before he could finish a sentence, Avery's voice turned cold and he shouted. The few people were startled and did not dare to utter another word. They obediently retreated and only heaved a sigh of relief when they walked out of the room. Avery's body blurred, and in the next instant he appeared before Andre. "Lord Andre, I didn't expect to see you here. What can I do for you?" Avery was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. As he spoke, he casually poured wine into his glass. Upon finishing his words, he handed a crystal goblet filled with amber wine to Andre and said, "This is the 100-fruit wine from the northwest forest of the Life Dominion. Have a taste." Andre accepted the goblet with a smile and took a sip. He put on a pleased expression and said, Not bad, not bad. You sure know how to enjoy life." Avery was full of smiles and was extremely modest. "So, is Brian dead or alive?" After drinking all the wine, Andre gently swirled the wine glass and looked at the empty glass. Then he asked casually. The smile on Avery's face stiffened. He suddenly stopped refilling his goblet. After a long while, he resumed refilling his goblet, but with a bitter smile on his face. Avery shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chapter 709. Andre abruptly raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he looked straight at Avery and said, "Don't tell me that you have nothing to do with that matter." "That's right, I did it. Ever since you came here. I have no intention of denying it." Avery slowly nodded. He knew that Andre wouldn't come here just to taste wine with him. He also didn't think that given the influence of the House of Saint, they wouldn't be able to find out the truth if they investigated with all their might. "Then what do you mean when you say that you don't know?" Andre was rather stunned to hear Avery admit to it. "I don't know if that youngster is dead or alive because he escaped from my hands." Avery gulped down the wine in his cup in one gulp and put on a bitter smile. "W8, what?" Andre raised his voice and stared at Avery. "Are you sure you are not joking? As the chief of the Fifth Corps, I know very well how strong you are. Brian is but a puny low god. You should have either captured him alive or killed him. How could there be a third possibility?" Facing Andre's question, Avery's smile became even more bitter. He shook his head and said, "It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. That brat really escaped from me. I couldn't tell what kind of power he used, but I gave him a heavy blow. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have survived. However, I couldn't find his corpse, so I said, 'I don't know.'" Andre's face was cloudy and cloudy. He kept staring at Avery as though he wanted to see if Avery was lying. After a long while, Andre let out a soft laugh and said, "I find it hard to believe that he could escape from your hands. But even if you were lying, you wouldn't make up such an unconvincing lie. This is going to be a little troublesome. He's just a mere pharmacist. Don't tell me that Lord Andre will really pursue the matter because of his death?" Avery wasn't worried at all. He shrugged and continued to pour himself more wine. "If he didn't help Carmelita, I wouldn't care even if you killed 100 of him." Andre let out a cold groan and continued, "But this fella has the highest chance of helping Carmelita change her current situation. Not only her appearance, but also her eccentric temperament. As a member of the House of Saint, I will naturally treat this matter with caution. The last time I talked to you, I was hoping that you could turn a big problem into a small one. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even give me face. Avery, has the House of Labors become so powerful that it can go against our House of Saint?" "I wouldn't dare." Avery lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "If you didn't blow up 3 of my shops, I wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. Last time, I gave the order, and they didn't look for trouble with that kid. We can't be blamed for this." Andre stared at Avery, who had lowered his stance. He frowned slightly and said meaningfully, "I think you didn't come here just to avenge the 3 energy shops, right? I know that Brian is a very outstanding apothecary. I think the reason why you have to do it yourself is because of the things in Brian's mind. You don't want anyone else to have those things, so you have to do it yourself, right?" Upon hearing those words, Avery suddenly turned silent and did not say another word. The two of them were old acquaintances and knew each other's temperament very well. Just like how Avery knew why Andre was there, Andre also knew that Avery only needed to nod his head and his subordinates would take care of a mere low god. As the chief of the 5th Corps Divine Guard, Avery was not going to just kill a low god. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I will no longer pursue your previous actions. Andre stared at Avery for a moment and let out a soft sigh. Then, his left eye gradually turned dark purple. In an instant, he had turned into a cold and emotionless person. Andre looked at Avery with his bizarre left eye and softly said, "If Brian is dead, I will let this matter rest. But if he is still alive and you dare to kill him, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Avery's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He immediately understood that Andre's warning this time was no trivial matter. It wasn't as simple as a casual greeting like the last time. After weighing the pros and cons, Avery nodded and said, "I understand." "That's good. Don't worry. Even if Brian is still alive, he won't pose any threat to your House of Lavers. He doesn't have the strength to harm any of your family members. You can rest assured." Andre softly acknowledged. He stood up from Avery's chair and said, "All right, it's getting late. I'll be taking my leave." Upon finishing those words, Andre took to the air and left. After Andre disappeared, a smile appeared on Avery's face again. His body swayed, and the next moment he appeared in the shadows of the fifth core secret chamber. He opened his mouth and ordered, "Number 4, go home and inform them that the confinement order for those 2 good-for-nothings can be lifted." "Yes, sir." A cold and indifferent voice, identical to Number 3's, replied from the darkness. In the Lavers' residence, Cage and Eve, who had been imprisoned in the Lavers' residence for more than 3 months, cheered when they heard that they had regained their freedom. For Cage and Eve, who were used to wandering around, it was terrible for them to be locked up for 3 months and not be able to take a step out of the family for 3 months. "Brother, that youngster has been missing for 3 months. It seems that he's done for. Since Father has said that we can leave the House of Lavers, it means that the House of Saint has done its job." I knew it. "Those who go against our House of Lavers will never have a good ending," Eve said to Cage, smilingly. She was in a great mood. "All right, from today onwards, we cannot talk about that youngster in front of outsiders, lest some people get suspicious and bring unnecessary trouble to Father." Cage reprimanded Eve before he stretched his body comfortably. He said, "It's been a long time since I left the Lavers' residence. Let's go and have some fun at Fort Hassel. The sea fruits there are just about ripe in this season. It's been a long time since I've tasted those delicacies." "That's right. Fort Hassel has the most beautiful scenery during this season." "Haha, let's go and have some fun there." Eve immediately agreed. After making up their minds, the siblings immediately packed up and left the City of Shadows with a small team of family clan divine guards. They headed straight for Fort Hassel that was under the control of the Lavers' residence. Outside the City of Shadows, Han Shuo, who was hiding in a hidden underground cave, suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. With a cold face, he murmured, "So we finally left the Lavers' residence. Iverson, I can't kill you for the time being, but I'm more than happy to help you get rid of those troublemaking sons and daughters of yours. How will you thank me when the time comes?" After staying in the underground cave for 3 months and enduring 7 days of excruciating pain, the condition of Han Shua's injuries had stabilized. After spending more than a month recuperating with medicinal pellets, Han Shua's meridians and bones were reconnected and his serious injuries were finally healed. After entering the Omen realm, Han Shua's demonic body had become even more tenacious and durable due to cultivating the invincible Omen body. Therefore, Han Shua was able to fully recover from his injuries in just 3 months after using the blood disassembly. After recovering from his injuries, Han Shua was in no hurry to leave the underground cave. He repeatedly evaded the scouting divine guards and members of large family clans and hid himself. He dared not show his face in the City of Shadows. After learning that his opponent was Avery, Han Shua no longer had the intention to confront the Lavers' residence. Besides, he was worried that once his whereabouts were exposed, Avery would immediately find him and deal him a fatal blow. With his previous experience, Han Shua believed that if Avery were to strike this time, Han Shua wouldn't even have the chance to use the demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, Han Shua had been hiding and observing the situation of the Lavers' residence with his demon generals. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity for revenge. One day, Han Shua immediately noticed the departure of Cage and Eve. He knew that the opportunity he had been patiently waiting for had finally arrived. The journey from the City of Shadows to Fort Hassel took approximately 7 days. Cage and Eve rode on an airship with a team of divine guards from the Lavers' residence. Han Shua knew that this was not the time to strike. He had been following behind the airship using his demon generals, while he exited the underground cave and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. Using the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo was able to observe every movement within a 10-mile radius. He effortlessly evaded any divine guards that came to search for him. He walked out of the mountain range without the slightest hindrance and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. On the morning of the 8th day, Han Shuo appeared in a vast and boundless ocean north of Fort Hassel. This ocean region, named Neptune's Tier, was one of the most beautiful places in the vicinity of the City of Shadows. Every year during this season, the plants in the depths of the ocean would bloom with wondrous flowers. At first glance, those flowers would look as though they were floating in the middle of the ocean. As the sea breeze blew, many petals would scatter. The entire ocean would be filled with an enchanting fragrance and magnificent scenery. Among the sea flowers, there would be a type of large flower bud that would produce a type of sea fruit. The fruit was very sweet and tasty. To gluttons, the sea fruit was an extremely tempting delicacy. Therefore, every year during the season, the Neptune's Tier would attract many youngsters from the City of Shadows to come and sightsee. This time was no exception. By the time Han Shuo arrived at this ocean region, after his demon generals had spread out, he discovered that there were many young men and women on various small islands in the ocean region. Cage and Eve were on one of the islands that was filled with lush trees and exquisite leisure houses. Colorful sea flowers were blooming all around the island. The scenery was very beautiful. Fort Hassel was the territory of the Lavers family. As the young master and young lady of the family, it was only natural that Cage and Eve found the best island to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Neptune's Tier. For 3 days in a row, Cage and Eve stayed on the island. The group of divine guards from the Lavers family never left the island. Han Shuo could not find an opportunity to attack them. Until today, when Cage and Eve had grown tired of enjoying everything on the island. They planned to go for a swim in the deep waters of the sea flowers and pick some ripened sea fruits. As this was the territory of the Lavers family, the two did not think too much about it. They did not allow the divine guards to follow them. "Brother, let's split up. Let's see who can pick the biggest sea fruits." Eve was in a great mood. Following Han Shuo's death, she had forgotten all the pain that Han Shuo had brought to her. She had devoted herself to the embrace of the ocean. "Sure," Cage replied casually. He was thinking about harvesting more sea fruits, so that when he returned to the City of Shadows, he could use the sea fruits to win a certain someone's affection. The young master and young lady of the Lavers family, one in the east and the other in the west, headed in opposite directions of the sea flowers. Eve landed gracefully in the middle of the sea flowers. For some reason, she couldn't help but recall Ting Fei, whom she once admired. She couldn't help but recall Ting Fei's carefree and gentle demeanor. She couldn't help but curse. "That wretched fella. He can't be relied on at crucial moments. Why would I miss him?" Another person appeared in Eve's mind. Her mood suddenly turned for the worse. She cursed in a low voice. "Ever since I was young, no one has ever dared to slap my face like that. You deserve to die." "Huh." Eve shook her head and looked at the person in front of her in puzzlement. She mumbled to herself, "Why would I think of him? And why hasn't he disappeared from my mind? Miss Eve, thank you for remembering me, hee." Han Shuo, who was standing in front of Eve, first covered the surrounding waters with the banner of hallucination before he said to Eve with a warm smile, "Why can you still talk?" "Hallucination? I'm hallucinating. It seems that he has really hurt me. Damn it." Eve mumbled to herself as she looked at Han Shuo. "Yes, it's all an illusion. You won't feel any pain when you die." Han Shuo's smile turned cold. The surroundings changed. Layers of illusions suddenly erupted from the banner of hallucination. Many gods who were killed by Eve's bad temper suddenly came back to life. They were dragging their own intestines in their hands. Their bodies were rotting, and some were gnawing on their arms. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Eve suddenly screamed shrilly. She was terrified by the horrifying scenes around her. She screamed and cried hysterically. You've killed quite a lot of people. You deserve to die. Han Shuo sneered. He was not in a hurry to take Eve's life. Instead, he looked at Eve, who was screaming and screaming miserably in the illusions, and slowly tortured her. It was only when Eve was completely scared out of her wits and her mind was completely taken over by the illusions that Han Shuo finally made his move. With a slash of the demonic blades, Eve's head flew into the air. Fresh blood sprayed on the seaweed, creating a bewitchingly beautiful scene. Eve's divine soul was collected by Han Shuo's cauldron spirit. She would soon become a new demon general in the cauldron of myriad demon, forever under Han Shuo's control. Your strength is decent, but it's a pity that you haven't really experienced any major setbacks. Your willpower is too weak to even resist the illusions of the banner of hallucination. It seems that although the strength of these disciples of major family clans is high, they're not as strong as they used to be. Han Shuo mumbled to himself. He put away the banner of hallucination, dove into the ocean, and stealthily crept towards Cage. Back in the underground world of Profound Continent, Donna, Bolton, and the others had also fallen into the illusions. Similarly, Donna and the others who possessed terrifying strength were also affected by the illusions. Ever since then, Han Shuo realized that although the disciples of major family clans on Elysium might possess greater strength than him, they were not as experienced as him. Without constantly wandering between life and death, they would not be able to develop an unwavering willpower, which would make them susceptible to the illusions. Eve had once again confirmed Han Shuo's guess. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived at Cage's side. Compared to his younger sister Eve, Cage's temperament was considerably more tenacious. He did not retreat in a panic the moment he saw the illusions, but immediately launched a frenzied attack. Han Shuo could tell that Cage was similarly affected by the illusions. He couldn't tell the difference between illusions and reality at all. Even if Han Shuo didn't use the energy of his main body, he could still kill Cage, who was attacking randomly with his two avatars and the banner of hallucination. Illusions were illusions after all. No matter how ferocious or how powerful Cage's attacks were, the illusions would not vanish. Without a physical existence, one could only rely on one's willpower and a heart as hard as a boulder to discern the minutest details. It was obvious that Cage wasn't at that level. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't attack at all. He watched as Cage consumed his divine energy in the illusions. He was using this kind of frenzied attack to conceal the fear in his heart. However, what was the use of this? Get lost. All of you get lost. I can kill you all again. Cage subconsciously shouted to boost his courage as he continued his frenzied attack. Gradually, Cage felt that his attacks were getting heavier and heavier. His mind was getting muddled. It was only then that Cage seemed to realize something. But it was already too late. It was at this moment that Han Shuo finally made his move. Han Shuo suddenly closed in on Cage. Disregarding Cage's feeble counterattack, Han Shuo blasted Cage's head with all his might. Invincible Omen Body withstood 30 waves of Cage's attacks, while Han Shuo's energy blasted into Cage's head. Bang! Cage's entire head exploded. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere. Cauldron's spirit collected Cage's divine soul. Han Shuo erased all traces of him from Cage's body. Satisfied, Han Shuo left the scene. Han Shuo also conveniently put away the banner of hallucination. Avery's son and daughter of the Lavers family had both died at the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't know if Avery would find out that he was the culprit, but he wasn't afraid. Han Shuo had already regarded Avery as his greatest enemy at present. He was prepared to fight against Avery for a long time. The only thing that made Han Shuo feel a bit regretful was that his relationship with Donna would never be as friendly as it had been in the past from today onwards. Perhaps one day, the two of them would be at loggerheads with each other. This was something that Han Shuo had always wanted to avoid, but had never been able to avoid. Chapter 710. Asterisk, 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 at the fifth core of the City of Shadows. A panic-stricken divine guard hastily rushed to the room where Avery handled administrative affairs. He immediately kowtowed and said, "My lord, something has happened." Avery did not even raise his head. He softly grunted and continued to read through the documents in his hand. He asked in an indifferent voice, "What is it?" "Young Master Cage and Miss Eve, they—" The divine guard stuttered as though he didn't dare to finish his sentence. Avery bunched his brows and put down the document in his hand. He softly groaned and said, "Did those two stir up some trouble again? Who did they offend? Could it be the House of Saint again?" Avery asked self-righteously. He was greatly angered. "No, no." The divine guard shook his head. Avery heaved a sigh of relief and softly exhaled. He then mumbled to himself, "That's good. As long as it's not the House of Saint, it's not a big deal. Andre had a serious discussion with me the last time. If those two bastards offended the House of Saint again, things will get a little tricky." No, no. Young Master and Miss did not offend anyone. They were. The divine guard found it extremely difficult to muster up the courage to say those two words aloud to Avery. What about them? Did the local family clans beat them up? Humph. Fort Hassel belongs to our House of Labors. How could there be someone so audacious as to do that? Avery coldly groaned. No, young master and young lady were killed in Fort Hassel. The divine guard gnashed his teeth and finally told Han Shuo the truth of how the two were killed. Avery was stunned. His eyes were blank and blank, as though he couldn't digest the grievous news for a moment. After a long while, Avery grabbed the divine guard's neck and threw him into the air. He howled, "What did you say? Say it again." "Cough, cough. Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord." According to news from Fort Saint, young Master Cage and Miss Eve were killed while plucking sea fruits near the Neptune's Tier. "Spare me, my lord." The divine guard pleaded loudly. He found it hard to breathe. No. Avery roared at the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the entire fifth corps. A silhouette suddenly flew out from the fifth corps and dashed towards the outskirts of the City of Shadows. He did not even bother to register when he passed through the city gates. He vanished in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, on the island where Cage and Eve stayed in the sea god's tier, there were 2 corpses in front of Avery. He stared blankly at Cage and Eve's corpses. Cage's entire head was shattered, and only his body could be identified. As for Eve, her head was cut off and her neck was sewn back together with silk thread. Avery only had a son and a daughter. His wife had passed away a long time ago. Avery doted on Cage and Eve very much, so he would tolerate any mistakes they made. Although he would teach them a harsh lesson every time, if they were bullied, he would always find a way to make them pay. To Avery, his son and daughter were the most important things to him. And today, their lifeless corpses were placed in front of him. The pain was so excruciating that he felt like he was suffocating. "Haven't you discovered any clues?" Avery asked calmly as he looked at the 2 corpses. "Forgive us, my lord. Forgive us, my lord." A group of divine guards lined up in a row and knelt before Avery, begging for mercy. "Then there is no value in your lives anymore." Avery's voice was as calm as ever. Upon hearing those words, the faces of those divine guards turned ashen. Some of them immediately took to the air in an attempt to escape from Avery's murderous hands. A series of phantoms flew out from Avery's body. Those phantoms each locked onto one of the divine guards. A wave of blood-curdling screams filled the air around Avery, followed by a rain of blood and corpses. Not a single one of the divine guards who accompanied Cage and Eve to Fort Hassel could escape from Avery's wrath. Not a single one of them even had an intact corpse. Who could it be? Who could it be? Avery mumbled to himself amidst the corpses on the ground, ignoring the pungent smell of blood. Could it be that youngster? He only has low god strength. Even if it was a sneak attack, he shouldn't have been a match for Cage and Eve, especially Cage, who was even more cautious. There was no way he would be killed by a low god. So who could it be? Have I offended anyone recently? Avery mumbled to himself. After a while, his brows bunched and his face suddenly turned sinister. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Carmelita has been searching for that youngster. Since Andre knows that it's me, does that mean that she knows as well? That ugly monster is the craziest. She has a close relationship with that youngster. Eve even humiliated her. Could it be her? It should be her. Number 3! Avery softly called out. Under the scorching sun, Avery's shadow responded, "Yes, sir." Investigate Carmelita's recent movements and keep a close eye on her. If she does anything out of the ordinary, report to me immediately. Avery instructed. "Yes, sir." Shortly after, a dark shadow escaped from Avery's shadow under the scorching sun. Like an illusory illusion, it disappeared into the beautiful scenery of lush sea flowers in the distance. Northwest of Fort Hassel, in the Greenfire Swamp, Han Shoa was hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree. The Greenfire Swamp was an enormous swamp that covered an area of thousands of miles. Faint green flames would burn in the swamp all year round, hence the name Greenfire. From Han Shoa's observation, it was because natural gas existed in the swamp. The green flames were natural gas that could be used up. However, the natural gas here was obviously different from what Han Shoa knew. It was more flammable and could last longer. That was why the green flames in the swamp never dissipated all year round. In the Greenfire Swamp, there were many magical beasts with low intelligence but astonishing strength. There were also some alien races with high intelligence, such as the eagle-bodied winged beings and the triops that Han Shoa had seen in the Abyss Realm. They often appeared in the Greenfire Swamp. Other than the swamp and the green flames that could be seen everywhere, there were also some mountains and rivers. Those mountains and rivers had been burnt red by the green flames all year round. Some of the mountains and rivers produced many beautiful energy crystals. Those crystals had special functions and attracted many gods to come and mine them. Not only were there energy ores, but there were also many medicinal ingredients and even poisonous plants that pharmacists needed. Therefore, the Greenfire Swamp was not a peaceful place. The energy crystals and medicinal ingredients in the swamp had attracted many gods from the surrounding forts and small towns to mine them. Naturally, some people with ulterior motives would also sneak into the Greenfire Swamp. They weren't there to mine ores or collect medicinal ingredients, but to devour people. They were god hunters. Han Shoa had come to the Greenfire Swamp purely by chance. After killing Cage and Eve, Han Shoa discovered that all the divine guards on the island had gone mad. The divine guards of Fort Hassel, upon receiving the news, had also been mobilized. They started searching for any suspicious people from Fort Hassel. Han Shoa believed that Avery would immediately figure out who killed Cage and Eve as soon as those divine guards discovered his presence. Therefore, Han Shoa had no choice but to retreat. The 1,000-mile swamp was quite a distance away from Fort Hassel. It was densely forested and sparsely populated. It was the perfect place for Han Shoa to hide. When he arrived at the Greenfire Swamp and discovered through his demon generals that a pharmacist who was harvesting medicinal ingredients had been devoured by a god hunter, Han Shoa was shocked at first. But after observing for a while, he discovered that the god hunters were either alone or in small groups. Furthermore, they didn't possess particularly powerful strength. Han Shoa was relieved. Not only was he relieved, but Han Shoa was also overjoyed. He started to change his role and think of himself as a hunter, and the prey was none other than the god hunters who preyed on others. After experiencing Avery's assassination attempt, Han Shoa had completely sobered up. He realized that his dream of owning a family clan in the City of Shadows was nothing more than a fantasy. If he wanted to truly gain a foothold in the City of Shadows, just having wealth and the support of Carmelita and the House of Saint was far from enough. Only when he became truly powerful and possessed power that no family clan would dare to belittle could he protect his wealth and gain a foothold in the City of Shadows. Otherwise, it would all be an illusion. After understanding this, Han Shuo made raising his own strength the most pressing matter at the moment. Raising one's demonic cultivation realm often required a suitable opportunity, or some sort of fortuitous encounter. It was very difficult to raise one's strength with just hard work and a moment's effort. However, Han Shuo's two avatars were different. This was especially true for his avatar of death, as it had previously absorbed the divine soul of a mid-god. As long as this avatar could accumulate sufficient divine energy, it would only be a matter of course for it to make a breakthrough. When all the divine essences of death had been used up, the fastest way to continue increasing his divine energy was to kill a cultivator of the same energy. Han Shuo had already overcome the negative effects of devouring energy, and therefore, he was not worried that he would be unable to extricate himself. It would be a little difficult for Han Shuo to overcome the mental barrier of killing someone whom he had no grudge against, but it was a different story when it came to god hunters. Therefore, when Han Shuo discovered that there were a small number of god hunters in Greenfire Swamp, not only did he not leave immediately, he was secretly delighted. With the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo had become the most terrifying hunter in Greenfire Swamp. 2 mid-god god hunters cultivating in the energy of death became Han Shuo's first targets. After hiding for 3 days, Han Shuo finally found the most opportune moment. He was ready to strike. The intruders were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 30s while the woman was slightly older, around 40 years old. Of course, that was only Han Shuo. By the standards of Earth and Profound Continent, the two's actual ages were definitely much higher than that. The funny thing was that the man and the woman were also hiding in the dark, silently observing a cave that had been scorched red by green flames. They seemed to be waiting for some prey, but little did they know that Han Shuo had already treated them as his prey. Han Shuo had been observing the man and the woman for 3 days, both of them cultivated in the energy of death. The woman was a mid-stage mid-god while the man was an early-stage mid-god. Over the course of 3 days, the two had attacked twice and successfully devoured an early-stage low-god of death and a mid-stage low-god of death mining energy ores. "Phalia, are you sure?" the man asked in a low voice. "Don't doubt my judgment. The energy ripples on that little girl's body are too intense. She must have a high god artifact on her. If we can get that divine artifact, we'll be rich." The woman, called Phalia, licked the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with greed and cruelty. "A high god divine weapon? That's something that can make us rich." The man laughed softly before he suddenly asked, "Right, Phalia? How old is that little girl? What does she look like?" "You know me, hee." "Damn it, Rudrasi, I don't care how you did it. Just get that high god, divine weapon first. If you interfere with my business, I won't show you any mercy." Phalia cursed in a low voice. The two of them waited for a long time. Suddenly, a beautiful little girl walked out of the cave. That little girl looked to be around 10 years old. She had purple hair that draped over her shoulders, and her purple eyes were filled with a cold light. Her skin was tender and white like a doll, but the cold aura around her was too strong, so she didn't look cute. Instead, she gave off a feeling of being unapproachable. When the man named Rudrasi saw such a beautiful little girl walking out of the cave, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He blushed and softly exclaimed, "So beautiful! Very good, very good. I like it. Attack! Her guards have yet to come out. Now is the best time to capture her." Phalia was also panting. However, it was obvious that she was panting because of the divine weapon in the little girl's hand. The two suddenly shot out from the dark like 2 eerie rays of light. The domain of divinity of death abruptly shrouded the little girl and rushed to grab her. "Oh no, they're too fast." Han Shuo had been observing the two for 3 days. Han Shuo did not poke his nose into the two's business when they killed 2 people. Instead, through those two observations, he had figured out the two's true strength. This time, when he saw a beautiful little girl about to be killed, he finally couldn't help but want to save her. However, Han Shuo did not expect that the two would act so quickly. They had just met and immediately attacked. However, what happened next was even more unexpected to Han Shuo. A splendid curtain of light suddenly blossomed from the little girl's body. In an instant, a strange force field suddenly erupted. The curtain of light was like a whirlpool that could crush everything. It directly pulled Falia and the man into it. Even Han Shuo did not see clearly what happened before the two were reduced to a bloody mess that scattered on the ground. What a beautiful scene! The little girl was standing in the pool of blood. Her body was also drenched in blood. A gentle smile suddenly blossomed on her cold face. She mumbled to herself, "It seems that there's another person." Chapter 711. At the next moment, Han Shuo, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt as though he was shrouded by a peculiar force field. His body felt as though he had sunk into a muddy swamp. A constantly rotating energy curled around him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't break free from it. It was also at this moment that the little girl, who was covered in blood, turned her ice-cold, purple eyes towards Han Shuo's hiding place, among the lush leaves of a large tree. The little girl's body was also stained with scarlet blood. The scarlet blood stains on her cute little dress were like blooming red flowers. But when contrasted with the ice-cold aura emanating from her body, she gave off a very frightening feeling. Han Shuo, who was carefully observing the situation below, had absolutely no idea what energy the little girl was using. The only thing he could be sure of was that she wasn't using any of the 12 fundamental energies. 2 mid-gods were shredded to pieces in an instant. But not only was the little girl not afraid, she even seemed to be enjoying it. This made Han Shuo feel that she was rather strange. "Big brother, there are caterpillars in the leaves." The little girl's purple eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though she could see through all the obstacles between the two of them. Her voice was cold and sweet. Han Shuo's heart sank. He knew that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. Han Shuo, who couldn't estimate the little girl's strength, pondered for a moment before he flew down from the leaves with a bitter smile. He maintained a certain distance from her and immediately said, "I'm not with them. Don't misunderstand. Not with them." "Oh, what's the difference? You saw me kill them." The little girl blinked and looked at Han Shuo innocently, but her words were as cold as ice. "Are you planning to kill me?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a faint smile. "Yes, I'm sorry." The little girl bowed slightly, giving Han Shuo an apologetic salute. Then she floated towards Han Shuo. A strange force field suddenly enveloped the area. This force field was completely different from a divinity's domain. It did not change the elemental distribution in this space at all. Instead, it formed many vortexes that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes contained a strange power that seemed to be able to grind everything around them to pieces. As soon as the force field was formed, Han Shuo's keen divine sense immediately sensed the sudden changes in the surrounding space. The surrounding vortexes were hard to see with the naked eye, but Han Shuo relied on his divine sense's astonishing ability to sense all things so he could clearly grasp their location and the changes that were happening. The little girl was not affected by any of the whirlpools at all. When she flew towards Han Shuo, her body passed through the whirlpools unscathed. However, Han Shuo knew that those whirlpools contained extremely terrifying energy. The sudden disintegration of the 2 mid-gods proved the lethality of the whirlpools. The force field was still there. The whirlpools were spinning and moving at high speed. Their target, Han Shuo, was getting tighter and tighter. Han Shuo quietly stared at the little girl who was slowly approaching him. When he discovered that the area he could move was getting smaller and smaller, he slightly bunched his brows. Then, Han Shuo's body turned into afterimages as he moved at high speed within a very small area. His body either elongated or shrunk. He had utilized the body metamorphosis to the extreme and forced his way out of the space that was constantly being compressed. Han Shuo gently took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind to its peak. He stood in the pool of blood where the little girl was. He casually absorbed the divine souls of the two mid-gods that had yet to dissipate into Cauldron Spirit. Then he looked at the little girl, who was a little surprised, and coldly said, "We will mind our own business. If you dare to attack again, I will not rest until you are dead." That little girl didn't seem to expect that Han Shuo would be able to easily escape from the energy field she created. When she looked at Han Shuo again, she suddenly felt that he was covered by a layer of mysterious veil. Her brows were slightly creased, as though she was considering whether she should attack again. After a while, she lightly nodded and said in a cold voice, "There is an unknown energy in your body. It is a kind of energy that I have never seen before. You may leave. We will mind our own business." Han Shuo was startled when he heard those words. He did not expect that this little girl could see through the demonic arts he was concealing with just a glance. Han Shuo was even more afraid to act blindly without thinking. "Master, stay away from this little girl. She is even more terrifying than that guy who attacked you last time." Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, Han Shuo's expression remained the same. However, his heart was in turmoil. Han Shuo took a deep look at the little girl and did not say anything else. He nodded and concealed himself in the shadows. He immediately vanished from that place. That little girl. She is even more terrifying than Avery. Han Shuo asked Cauldron Spirit. The astonishment in his heart had yet to subside after leaving that area. "Yes, I can infer that from her biomagnetic field. Moreover, that little girl has a strange thing in her body. It is the so-called divine weapon of this universe. That divine weapon is not bad, but its energy is also very strange," Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo after a moment of silence. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a supreme demonic treasure. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron Spirit still had the arrogance to disregard any demonic treasure despite having exhausted all the demon generals in the cauldron. If even the Cauldron Spirit said that the divine weapon was not bad, Han Shuo believed that the divine weapon in the little girl's body must be extraordinary. Han Shuo immediately made up his mind not to provoke her. An expert with unfathomable strength and a high possibility of possessing a terrifying divine weapon wasn't someone he should pay too much attention to at this time, especially since the two of them had no enmity. There was even less need for Han Shuo to look for trouble. After the first two targets were killed by the little girl, Han Shuo had no choice but to search for new targets. 2 days later, Han Shuo once again set his sights on an early-stage mid-god hunter who cultivated in the energy of death. This time, Han Shuo did not run into any trouble. Given Han Shuo's current strength in demonic arts and the large area coverage of the Cauldron Spirits, demon generals, his sudden sneak attack was not something that the god hunter could defend against. Han Shuo once again experienced the wonderful feeling of having the divine energy of death flow from the god hunter's body to his own. Although two people of the same energy could devour each other, the devourer could not obtain all of the divine energy in the other party's body. In fact, the devourer could only obtain about 10% of the divine energy in the other party's body, or even less. After all, the divine energy that others painstakingly cultivated belonged to them. A portion of that divine energy would forever remain in the cultivator's body, mixing with the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. It was not something that could be obtained by devouring. In the process of devouring, the divine energy of the one being devoured would be greatly drained. No matter how skilled the devourer was, when the other party was powerless and could only be devoured, it would mean that the devourer could no longer control the divine energy in his body. While a portion of the divine energy would flow into the devourer's body, a larger portion would flow out from the 7 orifices of the body, the hair, and even every pore of the devourer's body. This was something that no one could stop. In the end, the devourer would have to remove the impurities from the divine energy and fuse it with his or her own divine energy. As such, if a devourer devoured a god of the same level, he or she would at most obtain a tenth of the divine energy in the other party's body. Therefore, Han Shuo only obtained less than 10% of the divine energy in the early stage, mid-god's body. However, the other party was, after all, mid-god. Just 10% of the divine energy was enough for a low god like Han Shuo to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Han Shuo's avatar possessed the divine soul of a mid-god. Therefore, the breakthrough happened very quickly. When the avatar discovered that the divine energy was so dense that it was about to undergo a qualitative change, it immediately entered the cauldron of myriad demon and entered a long period of cultivation. Meanwhile, Han Shuo's main body continued to search for other targets, god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. For the next 7 days, Han Shuo wandered around Green Fire Swamp in an attempt to find a suitable target for his avatar of destruction to enhance its destruction divine energy. However, the result was far beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He could no longer find any god hunters. Unwilling to give up, Han Shuo continued searching in Green Fire Swamp for another 3 days. By chance, a demon general saw the mysterious little girl killing a god hunter cultivating in the Edict of Darkness in the outer perimeter of the swamp and said, "That should be enough." Immediately, Han Shuo understood why he couldn't find any more god hunters. Since the little girl had killed all the god hunters, Han Shuo had no reason to stay in Green Fire Swamp any longer. As for those gods who came for energy, ores, and medicinal ingredients, Han Shuo couldn't bring himself to kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Green Fire Swamp. Should I return to the City of Shadows? Han Shuo thought to himself. Cage and Eve had just died not too long ago. If Han Shuo were to return to the City of Shadows during this sensitive period, he might become Avery's target. The chances of him being killed by Avery was too high. Before he could protect himself, Han Shuo hesitated. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had promised Emily, Phoebe, and the others that he would bring them to Elysium as soon as he could. After witnessing the wonders of Elysium, Han Shuo could not stop thinking about bringing them to Elysium. Elysium had abundant elements and the most mature cultivation system. Elysium was, without a doubt, the best place for any god to rapidly improve themselves. In the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had befriended Carmelita and established a relationship with the House of Saint. In addition, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had made a name for itself. Han Shuo would be able to quickly establish a foothold in Elysium. However, due to his relationship with the House of Lavers and the fact that he was facing great danger, Han Shuo was caught in a dilemma. Han Shuo couldn't make up his mind, no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he was already walking towards the exit of Green Fire Swamp. Half a day later, Han Shuo had exited Green Fire Swamp and was slowly walking in the direction of the City of Shadows. He had made up his mind that he would wait outside the City of Shadows for a period of time and enter the city after the commotion had died down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han Shuo suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him. Han Shuo was startled and immediately turned his head to look. He suddenly discovered a small, white dot rapidly approaching. In just a few blinks of an eye, that white dot had transformed into that mysterious little girl. She was gnashing her teeth as she madly charged in his direction. The expression on her face was somewhat sinister, causing Han Shuo to immediately raise his guard as though he was facing a great enemy. The little girl's perception was exceedingly keen. Now that the distance between the two had shrunk once again, Han Shuo thought that she must have discovered him, or perhaps her goal was to kill him. Having witnessed the little girl's fearsomeness, Han Shuo also seemed a bit flustered. He hastily turned to face her, prepared to fight to the death. However, the situation was somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. That little girl's body suddenly swayed unsteadily. She wore a painful expression on her face. When she saw Han Shuo appear in front of her, she seemed rather stunned. She cried out in fear and suddenly fell from midair. Soon enough, a plop sound came from the ocean beneath Han Shua's feet. A small hand was constantly waving in the water as though it was trying to say something. That little girl is gravely injured. I can sense it. It was at this moment that Cauldron's spirit transmitted to Han Shua again. Han Shua, who was initially startled, became even more astonished after hearing Cauldron's spirit's words. He immediately looked all around in suspicion and released a few of the demon generals that Cauldron's spirit had kept away. The little girl's strength was already ridiculously terrifying. Wouldn't the person who could seriously injure her be even more terrifying? With this realization, Han Shua immediately prepared to leave as soon as possible. The little girl in the ocean below was not cute at all. Han Shua had seen her kill people effortlessly and had no sympathy for her. He just wanted to get away from this trouble as soon as possible. Save me. Suddenly, the struggling little girl below barely managed to float her drenched head out of the water. She looked at Han Shua, who was coldly watching from above, and cried out softly with great difficulty. At this moment, there was only weakness on her face, as well as a delicate and pitiful look. She had long since lost the ferocity she displayed when killing people at Greenfire Swamp. Han Shua was still moved by compassion. He sighed softly and leapt into the sea, grabbing the little girl and quickly leaving this place. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of Greenfire Swamp. Even though it was very far away, Han Shua could still hear it. The little girl, who was on the verge of death, was immediately shocked. She hurriedly said, "Hurry, hurry, they've rushed out of the boundary." Han Shua did not know who was chasing after her, but when he heard her say this, he did not dare to think too much about it. He immediately fled from that troublesome place as fast as he could. He passed by Neptune's Tier, Fort Hassel, and another village. Han Shua stopped in the middle of a mountain range. The little girl, who was quietly grabbing the corner of Han Shua's clothes, leaned against Han Shua and said softly, "They shouldn't have caught up. Who is chasing you?" Han Shua frowned and looked down at the weak and powerless girl. He asked, "What is your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Andrina." As for who was chasing her, she did not say. "Are you feeling better? Can you leave by yourself?" This little girl was too dangerous. She was basically a hot potato. Han Shua did not want to have someone by his side who could threaten his life and whose origins were unknown. "Are you going to leave me behind?" Andrina blinked her purple eyes and asked pitifully, "Your strength is too terrifying. I don't even know where you came from. If I keep you by my side, who knows when I will become a pile of broken limbs. Well, since we have escaped from the enemy's pursuit, I think it's time for us to part ways. You don't have to thank me, that's all." Han Shua knew how dangerous the little girl was, and he hastily tried to distance himself from her. "If you leave me behind now, I will definitely be killed in less than 3 days." Andrina calmly looked at Han Shua and softly said, "But if you continue to run away with me, I will repay you after I recover from my injuries and swear that I will not harm you." "Who is chasing you?" Han Shua suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "The god hunters, the most powerful ones." Andrina was somewhat hesitant, but when she saw Han Shua's serious expression, she knew that if she didn't give an answer, Han Shua would immediately leave. Didn't you kill all the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp? Why are there still more?" Han Shua was shocked. "There are a few new ones. They came specifically for me. They are the leaders of the god hunters." Andrina seemed rather astonished that Han Shua knew what she did in Greenfire Swamp. However, she still answered honestly, "Are they at the level of Bravst?" Han Shua asked in a deep voice, How do you know Bravst?" Andrina cried out in surprise. "I was nearly killed by that guy. Of course I know his name," Han Shua replied. "Do you have any crystal coins on you?" Angelina did not continue talking about god hunters and suddenly changed the topic. Han Shua wouldn't let her off so easily. He stared at Andrina and asked, "You haven't answered my question." "I will tell you after I recover from my injuries. Right now, I am a seriously injured patient," she said weakly as she looked at Han Shuo with a pitiful expression. Han Shuo casually took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Andrina. He said, "Eat this, it will help with your injuries." Andrina shook her head and softly said, "It's no use. My body is special. No medicine can help me. Do you have crystal coins?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he casually grabbed a handful of black crystal coins. He handed them to Andrina and said, "You are injured to this extent. Why would you need crystal coins?" This is. Before he could finish a sentence, Han Shuo suddenly saw Andrina take the black crystal coins and immediately put them into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as the black crystal coins entered Andrina's lower abdomen. Han Shuo noticed that her complexion seemed a little better after eating the crystal coins. Do you have more?" Andrina wiped the corner of her mouth and cautiously asked again. Yes. Han Shuo was astonished. He hastily took out a bag of black crystal coins from his space ring and handed it to her. There were about 5,000 of them. Han Shuo was extremely astonished. He didn't expect that Andrina wanted crystal coins not to spend them, but to eat them. Chapter 712. Do you have more?" Andrina asked cautiously again after all 5,000 black crystal coins had disappeared into her abdomen a few minutes later. Han Shuo's face turned a little ugly. He threw another big bag of black crystal coins to Andrina, his heart bleeding. "Do you have more? Do you have more?" "No, no more." Han Shuo's face turned livid. He glared at Andrina and said, "You ate 90,000 black crystal coins in one go. Are you still not full?" He began to fly into a rage. The potions he had painstakingly refined last time had earned him a total of 96,000 black crystal coins. Originally, these crystal coins were enough for Han Shuo to live a comfortable life. He didn't expect that Andrina would finish all of them in just half an hour. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Han Shuo let out a low growl. Andrina also felt guilty. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Han Shuo. She said softly, "I'm far from full, but my injuries are a little better now. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first." Andrina ignored Han Shuo's murderous gaze and snored heavily. She clutched Han Shuo's arm tightly and fell into a deep sleep. "My crystal coins." Han Shuo let out a long howl. Looking at Andrina, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he yelled angrily, "What kind of monster are you? How did you eat 90,000 black crystal coins in one go?" Unfortunately, Andrina couldn't hear Han Shuo's complaints anymore. After eating 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo discovered that Andrina's serious injuries were recovering at a miraculous speed. In her deep sleep, her body was like the most sophisticated machine, breaking down the energy contained in the black crystal coins and distributing them to every part of her body that was injured. Crystal coins on Elysium were a kind of energy ore, and black crystal coins contained the most energy. However, according to Han Shuo's knowledge, although the energy contained in crystal coins had a wide range of uses, they were generally used in interplanar transportation matrices, boundary towers and energy towers, or in refining divine weapons. He had never heard of Andrina directly using it on a human body. Who exactly is this Andrina? Han Shuo was puzzled. She fell into a deep sleep, completely ignoring the dangers outside and placing her safety in the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp were still after her, and therefore he didn't dare to stay in the area for too long. After Andrina finished eating his 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo was determined to take her with him. He was going to settle the score with her when she woke up. Half a month later, Han Shuo arrived at a mountain range near the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was very familiar with the area. He easily found the underground cave that he had stayed in for a long time and entered it with Andrina. Andrina slept for half a month. During her deep sleep, her body was constantly filled with energy. Her face, which was on the verge of death, started to have traces of redness. Her heavily injured body was noticeably in better shape. However, the fact that Andrina showed no signs of waking up after sleeping for half a month gave Han Shuo quite a headache. The City of Shadows was right in front of him, but it didn't seem appropriate to bring Andrina into the city while she was in a deep sleep. However, if he were to leave Andrina alone, one could well imagine what would happen to her if someone discovered her whereabouts. Besides, Andrina owed Han Shuo 90,000 black crystal coins, and Han Shuo was still waiting for her to repay the huge sum. Han Shuo had no choice but to stay in the underground cave. His 3 bodies cultivated together while waiting for Andrina to wake up. During this process, Han Shuo did not stay idle. Using the coverage of his demon generals, he slowly learned about the current situation in the City of Shadows from the patrolling divine guards. Avery, who had lost his son and daughter, had mobilized the forces of the Fifth Corps and the House of Lavers to the fullest. They began to search for any murderers who might have killed his children. Those who had a grudge against the House of Lavers and Avery himself had sleepless nights during this period of time. They were in a state of chaos because of Avery. Several people who were once enemies of Avery and had coincidentally appeared in the vicinity of Fort Hassel had vanished without a trace. The higher-ups of the major family clans in the City of Shadows knew that Avery had gone crazy during this period of time. They secretly warned their descendants not to provoke Avery, who had lost his mind. Those family clans that held grudges against Avery had tightened their defenses. After learning about some of Avery's crazy actions, Han Shuo realized that Avery probably did not consider him as the biggest suspect. After all, Han Shuo's strength was far too weak in Avery's eyes. Logically speaking, there was no way he could have killed Cage and Eve without anyone noticing. With that, Han Shuo was secretly relieved. He knew that the pressure on him would lessen after he returned to the City of Shadows. Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Stice kneeled on the ground and reported in a deep voice, "Master, Avery is investigating Carmelita." It seems that Avery suspects Carmelita. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as clear as jade put on a faint smile and said, "Avery is naturally paranoid." Haha, in addition to the fact that the incident was indeed very fishy, he will not only suspect Carmelita, but also every one of his enemies. However, we naturally have to make him point his finger at Carmelita. That way, when the 2 sides fight, we will be able to enjoy the show. "Master, that youngster has disappeared without a trace. We still can't find a single trace of him," Stice said in a low voice. The white-haired old man subconsciously tapped the corner of his chair with his index finger. There was a look of doubt on his face as he said, "That kid really exceeded my expectations." Avery personally made a move, but he actually failed to kill him. This is really unbelievable. Forget it. It's fine as long as he's not in the City of Shadows. There's no need to worry about him. So many family clans couldn't find his whereabouts. It's only a pity that he lost the medicine formula. "Master, what should we do next?" Stice asked in a respectful voice. After pondering for a moment, the elderly man suddenly said, "Let's use the pawn we left in the House of Saint. We are willing to sacrifice that pawn in exchange for a piece of information. Information that will make Avery certain that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel." "Understood." Stice put on a gloomy smile and respectfully withdrew from the room. On the 3rd day, inside a secret chamber of the Fifth Corps, Avery's face was as cold as a blade. He asked, "Are you sure?" A divine guard of the House of Saint, when he was drunk last night, unintentionally mentioned that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel. The time was exactly 8 days before the death of the young master and the young lady. Judging from the time, it fits perfectly. A figure in the darkness replied indifferently, "That vicious and ugly woman. It's her. It's really her. All Eve said was that she was ugly, and yet she dared to do such a thing. What a heartless and heartless whore! How dare she? Avery's body was shivering. He gnashed his teeth and roared. My lord, isn't it the house of Saint? The shadow pondered for a moment before he gently reminded. So what if it's the house of Saint? If worst comes to worst, I'll just leave the city of shadows. With my strength, even if I leave the city of shadows, I can still survive in the darkness dominion. How dare she kill my son and daughter? I will not let her off so easily. Avery bellowed hysterically. His face was malevolent and crazed. The shadow did not say anything else. He knew that once Avery had made up his mind, even if he knew it was wrong, he would continue down that path. All persuasion would be futile. After a long while, Avery gradually calmed down. He calmly said, however, this matter needs to be carefully planned out. That ugly woman possesses extraordinary strength. Even if I were to personally attack her, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Avery was confident that he could defeat Carmelita, he wasn't completely confident. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. Another 2 months passed. One day, Han Shuo, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly sensed movement beside him. Immediately, he opened his eyes and looked straight at Andrina, whose long eyelashes were fluttering. Andrina, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 4 months, was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. Instead, her fair complexion had a tinge of redness. Andrina's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she opened her beautiful purple eyes. She stretched lazily and wore a satisfied and comfortable smile on her face. In a melodious voice, she said, "How long have I been asleep? Phew, I feel much better. My body doesn't hurt as much anymore." Han Shuo's handsome face immediately darkened when he saw that Andrina had woken up. He bluntly demanded, "Pay me 90,000 black crystal coins." Andrina's small face was full of a bitter smile. She looked at Han Shuo pitifully and said, "I didn't expect that the first thing I would hear after waking up would be asking me to pay. Aren't you going too far? 90,000 black crystal coins. That's all I have. Do you know what 90,000 black crystal coins mean? Do you know how long I've worked hard? How long have I saved up? Do you know how many things 90,000 black crystal coins can buy? Do you know?" Han Shuo beat his chest and stamped his feet. His tone was filled with endless resentment. "I don't have a single crystal coin," Andrina said concisely after patiently listening to Han Shuo's complaints. Han Shuo was speechless. Having said so much in vain, Han Shuo was crestfallen. He suddenly thought of something, and his spirits lifted. He looked at Andrina with a grin, like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. He said with a mischievous smile, "Do you have anything valuable? For example, a divine weapon that can be used as crystal coins?" "No way." Andrina suddenly hugged her shoulders with her hands, as if to protect the things on her body tightly. She took a small step back and said, "I don't have anything that I can give you in exchange for gold coins. Don't even think about it." "Then how are you going to compensate me for the 90,000 black crystal coins that you owe me?" As soon as Han Shuo saw that his method didn't work, he immediately abandoned his hypocritical face and put on a ferocious expression. During this period of time, Andrina had been very quiet, and she would often put on a pitiful expression in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo had forgotten just how fierce she used to be. Andrina obviously wasn't afraid of Han Shuo. She even stretched out her hand and pulled on the corner of Han Shuo's mouth. Just as Han Shuo was about to go berserk, she giggled and said, "Don't pretend to be so fierce. I know that you are actually a good person. You are different from those god hunters. Last time, you definitely didn't hide in the shadows with evil intentions. Hee, you saved me when I was seriously injured and treated me very well. I know that you won't hurt me." After taking a short pause, Andrina smilingly added, "Also, you can't hurt me now." After hearing Andrina's words, Han Shuo put on a dispirited face. The ferocious expression on his face was no longer there. He said to her in a dispirited manner, "Have you recovered from your injuries? If you have, go and earn some money and return my crystal coins to me. After that, go and do whatever you need to do. I haven't fully recovered, but it's more than enough to protect myself." Andrina giggled. She twirled her body in front of Han Shuo and smoothed out the creases on her little dress. She then nodded in satisfaction and said, "I don't know how to earn money, but I am willing to protect you for a period of time. Consider it as compensation for eating your crystal coins. You will protect me?" Han Shuo let out a disdainful groan, but he immediately shut his mouth. When he recalled Andrina's terrifying means and the cauldron spirit's evaluation of her, his mind churned rapidly. After a while, he probingly asked, "Can the current you withstand a sneak attack from an early-stage high god?" "It shouldn't be a problem. Although I can't defeat him for the time being, it should be more than enough to escape with you. Right? If you can get me that many crystal coins, we won't even have to escape." Andrina thought for a moment and replied. Han Shuo was shocked when he saw that Andrina didn't seem to be lying. Andrina was still confident that she could withstand an early-stage high god under such circumstances. Han Shuo knew that the true strength of this little girl could only be described as terrifying. However, her ability to eat crystal coins gave Han Shuo a huge headache. 10,000 black crystal coins a year. You ate 90,000 black crystal coins of mine and protected me for 9 years. That's it, Han Shuo said straightforwardly. Hiring a high god as a bodyguard would cost far more than 10,000 black crystal coins a year. Han Shuo was prepared to bargain with Andrina. He thought that he would have to keep her for at least a year before letting her go. To Han Shuo's surprise, Andrina did not raise any objections to Han Shuo's proposal. Instead, she very straightforwardly agreed. She giggled and said, "All right, you are a good person, and I don't have anything to do for the time being." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. 90,000 black crystal coins was definitely not enough to hire a high god for 9 years. But Andrina's straightforwardness made Han Shuo rather suspicious. He thought, could she be plotting something? This little girl is definitely not as innocent as she looks. She is a little freak who kills without blinking an eye. Is it a blessing or a curse to keep her around for so long? "What are you worried about?" Andrina asked as though she could see through Han Shuo's thoughts. "No, nothing." Han Shuo put on a straight face and said, "Come, let's go to the City of Shadows." With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo decided not to hide anymore. As long as Avery did not ambush him, Han Shuo did not have to worry about Avery's revenge. Therefore, he openly returned to the City of Shadows with Andrina. After not returning to the City of Shadows for a long time, when Han Shuo stepped into the city, all the large family clans that learned of his return immediately took action. Their target was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 713. All of a sudden, the crowd converged towards the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and blocked its entrance. When Han Shuo arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the City of Shadows, he discovered that the place was already packed with people. He roughly estimated that there were at least 500 people gathered in front of the entrance of the tiny Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Anaito and his entourage, who were in charge of guarding the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, stood in front of the entrance. They were at a loss as to what to do when faced with so many powerful people from various family clans. Those in front of Anaito were all influential figures in the City of Shadows. Logically speaking, he should have allowed them to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Unfortunately, the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was too small to accommodate so many people at the same time. The second and third floors were where Han Shuo refined medicines. It was impossible for strangers to enter. Anaito was at a loss as to what to do, especially when Andre of the Saint family was among those people. Anaito was in an even bigger dilemma. If he were to allow Andre to enter, the others would certainly not be willing. But if all of them were to enter, there would not be enough space. Therefore, Anaito forced a smile and bowed while apologizing profusely. Fortunately, those people did not mind. They were happily chatting with each other as they waited for Han Shua's arrival. After the previous experience of distributing medicines according to the number of people, these people who received the news of Han Shua's return immediately dragged several groups of family clan guards and rushed to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to wait for Han Shua. That was why the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was so packed. This is. When Han Shua arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the scene before him. Brian, you're back. Just in time. Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and take out the newly refined medicines. Brian, it's good that you're fine. I've prepared all the crystal coins. We'll do as you say. Before Han Shua could react, those who knew and did not know him shouted one after another. They sounded very familiar with Han Shua, but Han Shua knew that he had only met them once. Some of them he had not even met before. Because of Han Shua's arrival, the bustling crowd parted to form a path leading to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Standing in front of the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were several high-ranking members of large family clans who were smiling and waving at Han Shua, urging him to hurry up. I didn't expect that you would be so popular in this city. Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shua, said softly. The Andrina in front of others had reverted to the cold and indifferent expression that Han Shua had when he first met her. Her adorable little face was deliberately cold and unsmiling. It made her look rather out of place in this bustling environment. Han Shua forced a smile and walked straight to the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He took a look at Anaito, who was sweating profusely, and Andre, who was standing there with a smile on his face. He bowed slightly and said, My apologies for making you wait so long. It's fine, the crowd hastily replied. After greeting each and every one of them smilingly, Han Shua arrived at the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He swept a glance at the leaders of large family clans and said, I know very well the purpose of your visit. This time we will distribute the medicines according to each family clan instead of the number of heads. Those present at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were all leaders of large family clans and their divine guards. Only those long-established family clans in the City of Shadows were able to receive the news immediately upon Han Shua's return. Rugis of the House of Kisa immediately put on an awkward smile. He had brought the most divine guards with him and thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. He did not expect that Han Shua would not distribute the medicines according to the number of heads. Rugis, what's the matter? Do you have any objections? Bess of the House of Kinson covered her mouth and giggled. No objections, Rugis immediately denied with a mischievous smile. How about this? Each family clan can send in a few representatives. As for the divine guards of their family clans, they will remain outside for the time being, Han Shua suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Andre of the House of Saint, Bess and her daughter Gia of the House of Kinson, Rugis of the House of Kisa, and Tuyas of the House of Buller walked in one after another. The House of Lavers that Han Shua was most familiar with, however, did not send anyone. Rugis was the cousin of the patriarch of the House of Kisa and one of the 7 chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows. He was in charge of the 6th Corps. He cultivated in the energy of death and was an early-stage high god. Tuyas was the uncle of the patriarch of the House of Buller. As his talent in cultivation was limited, he had lived his entire life in the realm of late-stage mid-god and cultivated in the energy of darkness. However, he was a genius in business. Most of the businesses in the House of Buller were managed by him. Brian, why did you disappear for so long? Do you know that all the major family clans have sent people to search for you? Gia asked smilingly to Han Shua. I went on a trip with a friend, but was delayed by something. That's why I came back so late. Hee. Thank you all for your concern. I will remember it. Han Shua said smilingly, All right, I have refined more than 1,000 bottles of various medicines. I will take out 1,000 bottles and distribute them among the 4 major family clans. Each family clan will get 250 bottles. Do you have any problem with that?" "Of course," the crowd replied in unison. Han Shuo had long known that these people would listen to him. He smilingly took out 1,000 bottles of medicines and placed them on the cabinets in front of the crowd. The price and function of each bottle were clearly displayed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo divided the 1,000 bottles of medicines into 4 pieces. There were more than 600 bottles of pellets of rejuvenation. Each bottle was worth 100 black crystal coins. There were also some pellets of tranquility and nirvana pills with prices ranging from 300 to 500 black crystal coins. Han Shuo did not treat the House of Saint unfairly. Each family had the same quantity and type of pellets. After Han Shuo divided the medicines into 4 pieces, the representatives of the 4 major family clans took out their black crystal coins one after another and threw them in front of Han Shuo. Each family clan had more crystal coins than the other. Han Shuo didn't need to look to know that there were at least 150,000 black crystal coins in his account. Andrina, who was standing beside him, suddenly stared at the 4 heavy bags of crystal coins in front of Han Shuo with shining eyes. She subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth as if she was looking at an incomparably sumptuous delicacy. Han Shuo immediately understood what Andrina was thinking when he saw the greedy look in her eyes. Han Shuo really couldn't predict what this mysterious little girl was thinking. He was afraid that she would be unable to resist the temptation in her heart and directly swallow the crystal coins in front of everyone. Han Shuo lightly coughed and waved his hand. His space ring flashed 4 times, and the 4 bags of black crystal coins disappeared. After the bags of crystal coins were stored in the space ring, Han Shuo immediately checked the numbers on the bags with his consciousness. He discovered that each bag of crystal coins was exactly 40,000 black crystal coins. The 4 bags of black crystal coins were a total of 160,000 black crystal coins. He had earned more than last time. Hee, everyone, are you satisfied? Han Shuo's mood immediately turned for the better. He asked smilingly, "Of course, we are satisfied." The 4 of them secretly put away their medicines and chatted with Han Shuo for a while. Under Han Shuo's hints, 3 of them left in satisfaction. Naturally, the one who stayed behind was Andre of the House of Saint. After the other 3 families left one after another, Andre put on a gentle smile and said to Han Shuo, "Carmelita is currently not in the City of Shadows. Do you know where she is? What is she doing?" Without immediately answering Andre's question, Han Shuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and handed it to Andrina, who had been looking at him pitifully. He instructed, "Go upstairs. No matter what, don't fall asleep like last time." Andrina nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She hugged the big bag of 40,000 black crystal coins that Han Shuo handed to her and hastily headed to the 2nd and 3rd floors. She was unwilling to stay for even a moment longer. After Andrina left, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and said, "I don't know where she went, but I know that she has been looking for me. I believe that her departure has something to do with me, right?" Han Shuo wasn't completely ignorant of the situation in the City of Shadows. From the conversations of the divine guards who were searching for him, Han Shuo knew that Carmelita had spared no effort in searching for him. Han Shuo was very touched. He understood that Carmelita truly considered him as a friend. Andre, who had been observing Han Shuo, nodded in his mind. He was very satisfied with Han Shuo's performance. He was not pretentious, but he also revealed his true feelings. This made Andre feel very comfortable. "That's right. She has indeed gone to other places to look for you. Carmelita truly considers you as a friend. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. Therefore, I don't want anything to happen to you either. Do you understand?" Andre pointed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo, stared blankly for a moment before he looked at Andre in astonishment. He couldn't figure out the real meaning behind Andre's words. He asked, "You mean, I want you to be alive and well?" Andre put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice with a solemnity that was rarely seen on Han Shuo, "I have investigated the matter thoroughly. You can rest assured that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again." Han Shuo was startled. He suddenly raised his head and said, "You?" He didn't understand why Andre would help him so much. He was at a loss for what to do with this sudden gesture of goodwill. "Of course. I can only make sure that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. As for the grievances you suffered last time, as a member of the House of Saint, I cannot do anything to Avery for the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows. I hope you can understand," Andre explained softly. After thinking for a moment, he continued without waiting for Han Shuo to reply, "Also, do not mention this matter to Carmelita. I know her temperament. If she were to know that you were seriously injured by Avery, given her usual temperament, she would definitely stand up for you. If that were to happen, it might even cause the House of Lavers to rebel. This is definitely not something we wish to see." After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with difficulty and said, "I understand. One day I will avenge myself. When you have the strength to do so, I will not stop you. Perhaps I will even help you. But before that, you still need to be cautious." "All right, I won't say much. Just keep my words in mind." Andre stood up smilingly and walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo understood Andre's position very well. It was already beyond Han Shuo's expectations that Andre was willing to keep him safe. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Andre to stand up for him on behalf of the House of Saint and find trouble with Avery. The more power and value a person had, the more respect and status they would receive. Han Shuo knew that his current value was far from enough to make the House of Saint and the House of Lavers turn against each other for him. However, Han Shuo was still unwilling to give up. He believed that one day he would have enough leverage to make the House of Saint be willing to eliminate Avery for his sake. As long as he had enough strength, nothing was impossible. "Is that guy gone?" As soon as Han Shuo arrived at the third floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina's voice immediately sounded, "That guy is pretty good. He almost discovered my hidden strength." She stuffed black crystal coins into her mouth one after another. Her voice was muffled. "There are 40,000 black crystal coins in that bag. Remember, you have another 4 years to live." Han Shuo came over mainly to remind her. "Also, don't make me sleep for another 3 to 4 months, like last time. Got it? This time, I will eat them one by one and digest them slowly. I won't be in the same situation as last time. All right, don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do." Andrina's little face was filled with impatience. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the crystal coins in her hand. Han Shuo had no choice but to return to the second floor. The second floor had been redecorated and looked even more dazzling than before the destruction. Sparkling and translucent pharmaceutical utensils were placed everywhere. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that Han Shuo was a genuine pharmacist. Little would they know that Han Shuo only used a single 9-tessellation cauldron to refine medicinal pellets. Anaito was standing guard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with all his might. After all the major family clans had left one after another, Anaito walked in and asked with a fawning smile, did you leave some for our third corps?" 100 bottles. Only 20,000 black crystal coins from your Lord Erebus." Han Shuo had long prepared additional medicinal pellets. As soon as Anaito walked in, Han Shuo laid out the medicines on the table. Anaito was also prepared. He immediately took out a bag of crystal coins with a big smile on his face. It was obvious that the bag contained more than 20,000 black crystal coins. He carefully took out 20,000 black crystal coins and respectfully handed them to Han Shuo. He said, "Brian, as someone who works for others, it is only natural that I cannot be as generous as other family clans. Haha, this is a public expense. Any excess will have to be turned in. So got it. Take the medicines and hand them in. Thank you for your efforts in my shop these past few days. Han Shuo naturally understood that those black crystal coins did not belong to Anaito. He couldn't be bothered to haggle over such a trivial matter. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. Anaito hastily replied, smilingly. After taking the medicines, he instructed his divine guards, I will go to the third corps to hand in my report. You all stay here. You know what to do if anyone dares to cause trouble. After saying those words, Anaito hastily left. Brian, long time no see, Han Shuo, who was about to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Donna standing in front of the medicine door. Donna was as dazzling as ever. However, when Han Shuo saw her eyes, they seemed to be tinged with sadness. Although she was still smiling, that smile appeared somewhat forced. Han Shuo, who had killed Cage and Eve, had never regretted his actions. He had a clear conscience. Who asked Avery to attack him first? However, when facing Donna, Han Shuo still felt somewhat awkward. It was as though he felt that he had secretly done something wrong to Donna. Han Shuo chuckled and said, Sister Donna, long time no see indeed. I heard that you had made a trip to the Space Dominion. Haha, I even paid you a visit. Too bad you weren't there. Donna looked at Han Shuo, who was praising her in front of her. She let out a soft sigh in her heart and replied with a forced smile, Yes, I did go on a long trip. I didn't expect that when I returned, my two good-for-nothing siblings would be killed. She wouldn't have discovered something and become suspicious of me, right? That's impossible. Even Avery didn't suspect me. Why would Donna? Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. He warmly invited Donna in before he sighed and said, Sister Donna, I have heard a little about what happened to your siblings. My condolences. Could it be that it wasn't him? Donna, who had been secretly observing Han Shuo's every change in expression, did not see the slightest bit of abnormality on Han Shuo's face. No one in the House of Labors would suspect Han Shuo because, to their knowledge, Han Shuo didn't have the strength nor the guts to do so. However, Donna, who had been to the profound continent and fought side by side with Han Shuo, didn't think so. Donna understood Han Shuo's viciousness and decisiveness. She had also faintly guessed that Han Shuo had concealed his strength. Therefore, when she learned of Cage and Eve's deaths, she only needed to do a little investigation before the first person she suspected was Han Shuo. There were many people in the City of Shadows who held grudges against Cage and Eve. However, Donna couldn't think of anyone who would be so decisive and ruthless. Avery suspected that Carmelita was the culprit, but Donna, who was quite close to Carmelita, knew that Carmelita wouldn't be so vengeful. She was sure that Carmelita wasn't the culprit. Donna didn't know why the first person she thought of was Han Shuo. However, when this thought surfaced in her mind, she felt that the possibility of it being the culprit was very high. Her suspicions grew even stronger after Han Shuo returned safely to the City of Shadows. Donna had arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy long ago, but was not in a hurry to enter. She waited until everyone had left before she met with Han Shuo alone. You saved Eve the last time. It's a pity that she didn't know any better and still harbors a grudge against you. I haven't thanked you yet. Donna thanked Han Shuo with a dejected expression. She had long figured out what happened last time. Donna kept mentioning Cage and Eve. Looking at her suspicious eyes, he wouldn't be Han Shuo if he still didn't know what was going on. Unknowingly, an irreparable crack had appeared between the two who should have been best friends. Donna did not expect this outcome, and neither did Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had guessed the purpose of Donna's visit, deepened the smile on his face. However, the sincerity in his voice had decreased by a few notches. After a series of half-truths and half-truths, Donna failed to obtain any information from Han Shuo. She left behind a bag of crystal coins and took the 100 vials of medicines from Han Shuo before she left in dejection. After arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Donna examined the vials of medicines in her hand. She softly muttered to herself, "I knew that you would climb to a high position, but I didn't expect that you would step on the corpses of my family members." After letting out a soft sigh, Donna quietly left. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo coldly watched as Donna walked further and further away. It was only after her figure had completely disappeared from his sight that he softly said, "I had no choice but to do so." Chapter 714. For the next few days, Han Shuo lived a leisurely life. Andrina, who was on the 3rd floor, was still munching on crystal coins as though they were biscuits. Her complexion was getting better and better. It was obvious that she had mostly recovered from her injuries. Han Shuo did not go out to collect medicinal ingredients or refine medicinal pellets. Instead, he stayed on the 2nd floor and meditated. He understood that in the City of Shadows, only members of large family clans could afford to buy medicinal pellets with crystal coins. After all, such people were in the minority. If he were to refine too many medicinal pellets, the supply and demand would be out of balance. That would not reflect the rarity and preciousness of his medicines. Therefore, Han Shuo did not continue to collect medicinal ingredients to refine medicinal pellets. He told the public that he had too few medicinal ingredients and that his energy was limited. 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo's avatar, that had been painstakingly cultivating the energy of death in the cauldron of myriad demon, finally made a breakthrough to the early stage mid-god realm. With the help of the mid-god divine soul, Han Shuo's avatar rapidly stabilized its current realm and focused on mastering several new energy techniques. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had become even more adept at using the orb of destruction. He could now use it at will. According to Cauldron Spirit, after his main body was reconstructed, the strength of Han Shuo's physical body had improved to the point that it could withstand a portion of Cauldron Spirit's demon general energy. In other words, Han Shuo could temporarily borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase his strength for a short period of time. However, this came at a great risk. If Han Shuo's body was unable to withstand the risk, or if he was seriously injured again, he would not be able to recover as easily as before. That was because borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy required the use of Han Shuo's demonic infant. Once the demonic infant was injured, Han Shuo would have to spend far more time to recover than his physical body could. In short, according to Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo's current body could borrow a portion of Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase Han Shuo's strength in an instant. However, this process would only last for a very short period of time. Once it was over, both his physical body and his demonic infant would pay a heavy price. When Han Shuo learned of this information from Cauldron Spirit, he was rather delighted. The short-term boost in strength would be enough for Han Shuo to deal with some unexpected events, such as Avery's sudden attack. Donna never came to see him again. Although she didn't say it out loud, Han Shuo knew that Donna was suspicious of him. He knew that the two of them couldn't be as close as before. Although he felt helpless, Han Shuo didn't try to salvage the relationship. From the moment he treated Avery as his enemy, he knew that he and Donna would part ways one day. During this period of time, Andre paid another visit and asked Han Shuo if he knew anything about Carmelita. As Carmelita had not returned to the City of Shadows for several months and had not sent any news to the House of Saint for over a month, Andre was rather worried about her safety. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't provide Andre with any help. He could only honestly admit that he knew nothing about Carmelita's safety. It seemed that Avery of the Fifth Corps was also working outside. He hadn't been in the City of Shadows for over 2 months. With Avery not in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't have to be constantly on guard against Avery's attacks. One day, Han Shuo, who was meditating on the 2nd floor, received an invitation. The invitation came from the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It stated that there was an exchange meeting between pharmacists and Han Shuo was invited. Han Shuo wanted to immediately decline the invitation, but the invitation clearly stated that they wanted to discuss business with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to go and take a look. At dusk of the second day, "Where are you going?" Andrina suddenly asked as soon as Han Shuo walked to the door. "There's an exchange meeting between pharmacists. I'm going there to take a look. You can just stay here," Han Shuo replied casually and walked away without paying any attention to Andrina. "I'm going with you." Andrina's petite voice floated down from the third floor. She lightly stepped on Han Shuo's shoulder with her 2 little feet, giggled, and hopped down. "My enemies aren't in the City of Shadows for the time being. You don't have to follow me. It'll be fine." With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo felt much more assured. He believed that if he were to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy in an instant, even if a high god were to launch a sneak attack, he would at least have the opportunity to escape using demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, he no longer needed to rely too much on Andrina. "No, I want to protect you. I have to follow you all the time." Andrina wrinkled her nose. Soon after, she let out a soft laugh and whispered, "Are you going to do something naughty? For example, fooling around with some woman?" "Even if that's the case, I will still follow you. Suit yourself." Han Shuo didn't particularly care whether he followed Andrina or not. However, Han Shuo suddenly recalled something. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked Andrina, "You have more or less recovered from your injuries. Will you be able to get rid of an early-stage high god?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment before she answered, "I haven't fully recovered. If that guy continues to fight me, I will definitely be able to kill him, but I will also be injured. But if he immediately escapes when he sees that the situation is bad, I won't be able to kill him." "I see." Han Shuo nodded. Shortly after, he put on a mischievous smile and said, "Little Andrina, there's a guy who wants me dead. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him? Don't worry if you get injured. I will provide crystal coins for you to recover for free. What do you think?" Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo suddenly had a bold idea. He would wait for Avery to return, join forces with Andrina, and use the same method to launch a sneak attack on Avery, eliminating his greatest enemy. Han Shuo could roughly guess Andrina's strength. In addition to the instantaneous eruption of strength that he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo believed that if he and Andrina worked together, they would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of succeeding. Therefore, he could no longer suppress his evil thoughts. "No, I'm only responsible for protecting you. I won't help you kill anyone." Andrina flatly refused. When she saw Han Shuo's gloomy face, she giggled and said, "But I can look after you. You can do it yourself, and I will cheer for you from the side. If you can't do it, I can save you. How does that sound?" Han Shuo coldly groaned and did not say anything. He walked towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Even with Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo did not believe that he could easily kill Avery. Without Andrina's assurance, Han Shuo would not take such an unknown risk. When Andrina, who was behind Han Shuo, saw Han Shuo's cold and stiff face, she giggled. She did not get angry and continued to follow Han Shuo. When Han Shuo appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Andrina, who had been lively all this time, suddenly turned cold. She immediately reverted to her cold, unapproachable demeanor when there were outsiders around. Her flushed little face was no longer adorable and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Before coming here, Han Shuo had learned that the God Swamp Pharmacy was not only famous in the City of Shadows, but also in the entire Darkness Dominion. The God Swamp Pharmacy was also sold in several other major cities that were equally famous as the City of Shadows. Although there were 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, It was said that the overall strength of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion was not weaker than that of the other 4 family clans except for the House of Saint. This piece of information was beyond Han Shua's expectations. He did not expect that a small pharmacy could possess such power. It was for this reason that Han Shua felt that the God Swamp Pharmacy had pointed him in the right direction. He was very curious about the God Swamp Pharmacy and therefore decided to pay a visit after seeing the invitation for business. The interior of the God Swamp Pharmacy was very spacious. There were quite a few buildings scattered all over the place. Each and every one of them was bigger and more spacious than Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After handing over the invitation, the guard seemed to take Han Shua very seriously when he learned that he was a pharmacist of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He personally led Han Shua to a tall building at the back that was used to receive guests. They went all the way to the top floor. It was a banquet hall that was 1,000 square meters in size. Beautiful paintings were hung on the walls. Soft, colorless carpets were spread all over the floor. There were many glassware placed in the banquet hall. Some pharmacists with grizzled hair and rosy complexions were holding wine glasses in their hands and chatting cheerfully. It was not necessary for a pharmacist to be strong in the cultivation of physical strength. Most pharmacists use the cultivation of physical strength as a supplement. Most of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire or water. Fire elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine medicines, while water elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine the essence of medicines. However, as long as they cultivated to the realm of low God, they would be able to handle every step of medicine refinement. Therefore, almost all pharmacists would stay at this realm and spend the extra time studying the true essence of medicine refinement. The guard who led Han Shua to the banquet hall announced Han Shua's name after sweeping his eyes across the people in the banquet hall. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly quieted down. Those pharmacists who were chatting cheerfully turned their gazes to Han Shua at the same time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment. During this period of time, Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been in the limelight in the City of Shadows. The name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be mentioned in almost every banquet held by the members of large family clans. As fellow pharmacists, it would be difficult for these people not to hear Han Shua's name. Therefore, when the young Han Shua suddenly arrived and stood before them, these elderly pharmacists all turned their attention to him. They wanted to know what kind of person this famous pharmacist from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was. This youngster is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, an old woman with green hair and a face as pale as a sheet of paper, dressed in colorful clothes, suddenly cried out in alarm. "Senior Guli, this is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian." The guard who led Han Shua in confirmed smilingly. He pointed at the eccentric old woman in colorful clothes and continued to introduce. "This is Senior Guli, a famous pharmacist in Mirage City. Senior Guli is the #1 pharmacist in Mirage City. Many large family clans have requested a bottle of medicine from Senior Guli, but it all depends on Senior Guli's mood." After that guard's introduction, Guli arrogantly sized up Han Shua. After a long while, she coldly groaned and said, "What can you refine by mixing heavenly musculus flour and green silver fruit at 500 degrees Celsius for 3 hours?" Han Shua smiled and paid no attention to Guli. As a matter of fact, he had no idea what he could refine because he wasn't a pharmacist at all. "Oh, right, where is your owner?" "The invitation says that he wants to discuss business with me," Han Shua said calmly as he looked at the guard who led the way. "Humph, and pharmacist who only knows how to earn crystal coins has already fallen to such a low level. He doesn't seem to have any real talent," Guli sneered. "He might have stolen a medicine recipe from somewhere. If he doesn't study hard at such a young age, he won't amount to much." Fire cloud grass, frigid jade, and boundless water, mixed at high speed and frozen at -130 degrees, with frigid air. What can be formed? Han Shua shot a cold glance at Gu Li and asked in a similarly arrogant manner, "Wow, what is it? I have never heard of the ingredients you mentioned." "Nonsense." Gu Li stared blankly for a moment before she sneered. Han Shua put on a disdainful face and said in a cold voice, "You haven't even heard of these ingredients, and you call yourself the best pharmacist in the city of Mirage? You have lived for so many years in vain. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to participate in this conference." Han Shua mocked them mercilessly and didn't even look at Gu Li, who was about to faint from anger. He said to the guards, "Take me to your master, or I'll leave right away. I feel that it's embarrassing to be with a bunch of people who don't have any real skills." "Yes, yes." The guard put on an odd expression and hastily led Han Shua through the area towards the midget. "This is the owner of our God Swamp Pharmacy, Stice," the guard introduced respectfully as he pointed at the midget. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that the owner of the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the God Swamp Pharmacy, would be such an unprepossessing, deformed person. Han Shua put on a faint smile and asked in a refined manner, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Stice. Are you here to discuss business with me?" With a warm smile on his face, Stice nodded and said, "That's right, I'm very happy to meet the young pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, if you don't mind, let's find a quiet place to talk." "This way, please." Stice led the way. Han Shua immediately followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. "This way, please." Stice led the way. Han Shua followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. Chapter 715. "Senior Gu Li, please wait." The guard hastily stopped Gu Li, who was fuming with rage. By this time, Han Shua and Stice had entered the room and the door was shut. "Get that youngster to come out. I must have a word with him. He doesn't know how to respect his seniors at all. I must teach him a good lesson." Gu Li was famous among the pharmacists in Mirage City for having a bad temper. However, due to her superb skills in medicine refinement, most of the family clans in Mirage City had been able to tolerate her temper. This was the first time she had been so mercilessly despised by someone. "My apologies, Mr. Bryan is currently talking to our master. If you have any questions, please wait for him to come out," the divine guard explained in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "All right, I will wait here. I don't believe that youngster won't come out." Gu Li's stubborn temper flared up. She paid no attention to the conference going on in the banquet hall. She stood motionless in front of the door and waited with a face full of anger. The divine guard did not pay much attention to her after seeing that she had stopped causing trouble. He stood face to face with Gu Li and looked at her smilingly without saying a word. Some of the pharmacists in the banquet hall were secretly delighted to see Gu Li being humiliated. There were also some who were extremely annoyed by Han Shua's attitude. They thought that Han Shua did not know how to respect his seniors at all. At this moment, those pharmacists stopped talking about medicine and started gossiping about Han Shua in low voices. It was a reception hall about 30 square meters in size. It was much smaller than the banquet hall outside, but the decorations were much more gorgeous. There were many rare medicines and some glassware, indicating that the owner was a pharmacist. After Stice led Han Shua into the hall, he personally poured a cup of fine wine for Han Shua and chatted with Han Shua about some interesting happenings in the City of Shadows. When he noticed that Han Shua was getting impatient, he finally brought up the main topic. He smilingly said, "The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in your hands has been in the limelight recently. All the aristocratic brothers in the City of Shadows are gossiping about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They are proud to own the medicines you refined. Haha, it is truly astonishing that you have achieved so much at such a young age. You flatter me." Han Shua put on a calm smile and silently waited for Stice to get to the main topic. However, after Stice praised Han Shua for a while, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy started too late. If you want to make your medicines known to the entire Darkness Dominion, even the Death and Destruction Dominions, it will take more than 8 to 10 years. But if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can guarantee that your medicines will be made known to everyone in the shortest time possible, and you will reap even greater profits. What do you think? Stice asked sincerely. Oh. Han Shuo put on a bright smile and took a sip of the fine wine. He asked, "How do we cooperate?" "You will share the recipes of your medicines with us. Godswamp. All the medicines refined from your recipes can be sold through our pharmacies located all over the Darkness Dominion. We will split the profits 280. What do you think?" Stice probed with a gentle smile as he observed every expression on Han Shuo's face. 280? You get 20 and I get 80? Han Shuo thought that this was a rather generous way to split the profits. However, he was still unwilling to share the recipes of his medicines. At most, he would sell the medicines he refined to them. No, you misunderstand." Stice's expression changed, and he hastily said, "You get 20, and we get 80. The smile on Han Shuo's face froze. He stood up and nodded at Stice with a smile, saying, "I still have something to attend to. Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Then Han Shuo opened the door and walked out without another word. Han Shuo definitely couldn't accept this way of splitting the profits. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to entertain such insincere partners. "Wait, there's still room for negotiation." Stice shouted with a forced smile when he saw that Han Shuo had turned to leave. His face was gloomy and his back was facing Han Shuo. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm really not interested in cooperating with the Godswamp Pharmacy. Excuse me," Han Shuo said without turning his head, and walked out of the room. "Rude brat, I'm going to reason with you today. I'd like to see what you're so proud of in the field of medicine refinement." Guli, who was guarding the door, immediately glared at Han Shuo the moment she saw Han Shuo coming out. She blocked Han Shuo's path and screamed shrilly, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Han Shuo felt that he had been tricked by the Godswamp Pharmacy and was in a bad mood. Seeing that old Gu was taking advantage of his seniority in front of him, Han Shuo immediately pushed Guli away and said coldly. He ignored Guli, who was stumbling, and strode across the banquet hall. Guli had never been treated so rudely before. When she finally steadied herself, she realized that Han Shuo had already left. When she saw the gloating gazes around her, Guli almost fainted from anger. She screamed, "Damn brat, I'm not done with you." After Han Shuo left, the door of the room where he talked to Stice closed again. A side door suddenly opened. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade walked out with a tranquil face. He took a glance at the dwarf Stice and said in an indifferent voice, "This youngster is extremely ambitious. He won't share the medicine for petty gains. It seems that this method won't work. Master, why don't we just get rid of him and extract the memories in his soul?" Stice suggested with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry after being humiliated by Han Shuo. The old man shook his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how he escaped from Avery, it is obvious that this brat isn't as simple as he seems. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not resort to violence. We, the Godswamp Pharmacy, have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years. Do you think that we can't handle a small character that popped out of nowhere? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we will teach him a lesson." "Master, you mean?" Stice looked at the old man respectfully. "Just like how he dealt with henna medicine, we will first tarnish the reputation of his medicines. His medicines are his foundation. As long as those people lose confidence in his medicines, I don't think he will be able to survive in the City of Shadows. Humph. The reason why those large family clans are willing to give in to him is because of his medicines. If they find out that there's something wrong with his medicines, he will be driven out of the City of Shadows without us having to do anything," the old man said as he stroked his messy white hair. "Understood, hee." Stice said with a sinister smile, "What did you talk to him about just now? Why are you so angry?" Andrina immediately asked Han Shuo as soon as they walked out of the Godswamp Pharmacy. Before Han Shuo entered the room, Andrina tactfully retreated to the side. As she was a little girl, no one paid any attention to her. When Han Shuo walked out of the room, she appeared out of nowhere and followed behind Han Shuo. This God Swamp Pharmacy wants to swallow up my medicine shop. Hee, they want me to share my medicine recipes with them? What a beautiful dream. Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Han Shuo said angrily. After walking out of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo turned his head to look at the towering buildings around him. He thought to himself, one day, your God Swamp Pharmacy will have no place in the City of Shadows. Damn it, Brian. And Naito hastily walked over with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Han Shuo's heart sank when he saw Naito in such a hurry. He knew that something must have happened. Carmelita has returned to the city. Naito let out a light sigh. His face was unsightly as he continued. But she is seriously injured and has yet to regain consciousness. It's hard to say if she can hold on. Lord Andre knows that your medicines are miraculous and has sent me to look for you at top speed. Han Shuo's expression changed when he heard that Carmelita was seriously injured. He knew that Carmelita had been searching for his whereabouts for a period of time. He had personally visited all the major fortresses in the City of Shadows. Now that he heard that Carmelita was injured, Han Shuo immediately shouldered the greater part of the responsibility. Let's go. Han Shuo immediately followed Naito to the Saint residence with a gloomy face. Due to Carmelita's ugly appearance, Han Shuo naturally would not have any other thoughts about her. However, after going through trials and tribulations together, Han Shuo understood that Carmelita considered him a true friend. Now that Carmelita was injured because of him, Han Shuo immediately regarded the murderer who injured Carmelita as his main enemy. With Carmelita's formidable strength and the House of Saint being the dominant power in the City of Shadows, who would dare to attack her? God hunters? Han Shuo kept pondering along the way. Han Shuo's mind was in a mess. Worried about Carmelita's injuries, he unknowingly increased his speed and left Naito behind. Only Andrina was traveling side by side with him. This caused Naito to look at Han Shuo and Andrina strangely. She couldn't understand how Han Shuo could travel so fast. When they were about to arrive at the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly said, "I'll wait for you outside," and soon after she vanished. Han Shuo was worried about Carmelita and did not pay her any attention. When Han Shuo arrived at the Saint residence, he discovered that Andre was personally waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, Andre's left pupil was dark purple. He was emitting a dense, sinister aura. It was a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. "You're here." Andre had been pondering about something with a gloomy face. When he saw Han Shuo, his expression relaxed, and he hastily said, "Follow me." Inside a secret chamber, the strong smell of medicine assaulted their nostrils. Several healers were holding glistening radiance in their hands. The radiance continuously fell on Carmelita, who was covered in cuts and bruises. At this moment, Carmelita's entire body was covered in wounds that looked like they had been cut by knives. Her skin was split open, and her flesh was split open. Inside the small secret chamber were Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows, and a few of the most important members of the House of Saint. After Andre brought Han Shuo into the chamber, he only needed to take one look at Carmelita, who was lying in a medical container, to know how serious her injuries were. "Elder brother, I've brought her," Andre said to Lord Wallace in a low voice. Wallace nodded, pointed at Carmelita, who was lying in the glass container, and said to Han Shuo, "Her injuries are very serious. She has yet to wake up. I don't know if she can hold on. Get everyone out." Han Shuo suddenly said in a deep voice, "Brat, who do you think you are? You are just a pharmacist, not a specialized healer. What can you possibly do under such circumstances?" The few best healers in the City of Shadows who were concentrating on treating Carmelita's injuries glared at Han Shuo angrily when they saw that Han Shuo had immediately chased them away. Andre, who had brought Han Shuo over, was also shocked. He did not expect that Han Shuo would be so bold. Generally speaking, such injuries would be treated by specialized healers. Pharmacists would only provide some special medicines. Andre had brought Han Shuo here because he wanted him to be his assistant and trust in the medicines he refined. He had never thought that Han Shuo would be the one to take charge of the situation. Without looking at anyone, Han Shuo stared at City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and said solemnly, "Let me do it. I am confident that I can make Carmelita recover to her original state. I have no intention of bragging or joking at such a critical moment." Wallace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Shuo's words. He waved his hand to stop the protests of the healers and said in a deep voice, "All of you, get out!" He was the most powerful man in the City of Shadows. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not something that these healers would dare to defy. Even though they were full of complaints, they had no choice but to obediently obey. They put down the medical instruments in their hands and left the small treatment room in a single file. "And the rest of you leave," Wallace ordered after taking another glance at the immediate family members of the House of Saint. Those people also left with their heads lowered. Before they left, they sized up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "If anything were to happen to Carmelita, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Do your best." Wallace patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and consoled him in a low voice. He said, "Second brother, let's go." Wallace and Andre were the last to leave the treatment room. "Elder brother, do you believe in that youngster Brian?" Andre hesitated for a moment before he asked after exiting the treatment room. "I don't know. Let's bet on it." Those healers have been busy for half a day, and there is still no sign of Carmelita waking up. I don't think we can count on them. That youngster, on the other hand, has a very bright gleam in his eyes. I didn't see it in any of those dejected pharmacists. Therefore, I think it's worth a gamble. Wallace said in a deep voice, "You mean confidence?" Andre stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "That's right, confidence. When I saw that youngster's gleam of confidence, I feel that Carmelita can still be saved." Those healers, on the other hand, are all in a flurry. Their faces are gloomy and terrified. They are constantly conveying to me how powerless they are. How can I count on them? Wallace replied in a low voice. Andre thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But soon after he sighed and said in a low voice, "I hope she can pull through this. Have you found any clues?" Wallace took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. "I'm still investigating. It will take some time," Andre said with a gloomy face. "No matter who it is, as long as we find the target, kill them without mercy. This is a direct provocation to our House of Saint. It's been so many years, it seems that some people have forgotten what our family name means." Saint's right hand trembled unconsciously, like a wild beast excited to hunt its prey. "That's right." Andrea did not speak, but nodded his head heavily. Within the treatment room, Han Shuo pressed both his hands on Carmelita's back. His body was wreathed in faint black smoke. Wisps of ink-black smoke twisted and turned in the treatment room, giving this man a sense of evil. Those who didn't know what was going on might even think that some sort of dark ritual was taking place here. Carmelita's body contained the three great divine powers of death, darkness, and destruction. These three types of divine powers did not belong to her, and they had already penetrated deep into every cell and bone marrow of her body, destroying almost all of her life functions. It was obvious that the few of them had joined forces to kill her. Carmelita's own divine energy of destruction had long been depleted. She could no longer organize an effective attack. The most difficult thing was that she had fallen into a coma. In a state of confusion, she could not understand the terrible state she was in. Without her willpower to resist, her divine body would not be able to hold on. The reason why Han Shuo dared to boast about healing Carmelita was because of the miraculous nature of demonic arts. Demonic yuan could be said to be the most miraculous way to use energy. Han Shuo could clearly understand Carmelita's physical condition through demonic yuan. He immediately understood that the most frightening part of Carmelita's body was the divine energy of darkness. Han Shuo had no way of using demonic yuan to purge this powerful energy. He could only slowly extract the divine energies of destruction and death from her cells and bone marrow. The energy of destruction and death that was constantly causing damage to Carmelita's body did not belong to Carmelita at all. This external energy had already deteriorated and was only left with the most basic damage attribute. After extracting it with demonic arts, Han Shuo immediately buried it in the ground. This type of divine energy would only bring harm to his avatars. It would not benefit either of his avatars. After exhausting a portion of his demonic yuan and exhausting himself, Han Shuo was finally able to extract the energy of destruction and death from Carmelita's body. As for the most powerful divine energy of darkness, Han Shuo was powerless to do anything about it. Han Shuo used his consciousness to infiltrate Carmelita's divine soul bit by bit. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, the perception of his consciousness was increased by tenfold. Han Shuo left a strong conviction in Carmelita's muddled divine soul to resist the divine energy of darkness in her body with all her might. Carmelita was, after all, a high god. Although she had yet to awaken, her divine soul started to reorganize the divine energy of destruction in her body by relying on the strong conviction Han Shuo left behind. Han Shuo fed Carmelita a few medicinal pellets in one go. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine energy of destruction in her body was gathering bit by bit. After resting for a while, Han Shuo wiped away the traces of him using demonic arts and opened the door with a weary face. "How is it?" Wallace and the others had been guarding outside. When they saw Han Shuo come out, Wallace hastily asked, "She's fine, but it will take a very long time for her to fully recover." Han Shuo wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly said, "There are many divine energies in her body. The most powerful one is the divine energy of darkness. The assailant must be a high god. Also, I feel that the divine energy seems somewhat familiar." Andre's left pupil suddenly turned dark purple. His face turned ashen. He looked as though he had turned into a god of death. Chapter 716. Wallace nodded and did not say anything else. He went straight into the treatment room. He seemed to be very anxious about Carmelita's condition. Andre did not enter the room. He kept silent for a moment with an ugly expression. Suddenly, he looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "You said that you felt that darkness divine energy seemed somewhat familiar? What do you mean?" Han Shuo did not think too much about it. As soon as he saw Andre's solemn face, he realized what Andre was suspecting. Han Shuo's face turned cold. That vague feeling suddenly became clear. He lowered his voice and said, "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Andre, of course, knew who Han Shuo was referring to. His expression turned even more unsightly. After another long period of silence, Andre seemed to be thinking about what to do. After a while, he said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Don't make this matter known. I will investigate this thoroughly. If it really is that person, don't worry, he will not escape death." As the House of Saint could become the most powerful family in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo knew that Wallace and Andre were not benevolent people. After hearing Andre's assurance, Han Shuo knew that Avery would be dead if Andre were to learn of the situation. Therefore, Han Shuo did not say anything. Soon enough, Wallace came out of the room. After checking on Carmelita's injuries, his complexion looked much better. He nodded at Andre, indicating that Carmelita's life was no longer in danger. Then he said to Han Shuo, "You have saved Carmelita's life twice. I won't make any unnecessary promises, but I know what I'm doing." For someone like Wallace to say so, Han Shuo believed that in the future, as long as he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the House of Saint, Han Shuo would be able to do as he pleased in the City of Shadows. "Elder brother, There are some things I would like to discuss with you alone, Andre said in a deep voice. Brian, why don't you go back first? Wallace smiled faintly at Han Shoa after an idea struck him. Han Shoa nodded and walked away from the two. Before Han Shoa could walk too far, the relatives of the House of Saint came up to him and asked about Han Shoa and Carmelita. Due to their low statuses, these people had been waiting outside the Saint residence all this time and were unaware of Carmelita's condition. After Han Shoa informed them that Carmelita was fine, he walked past the group of healers who were both respectful and fearful of him and headed out of the Saint residence. The healers were all silently preparing themselves, waiting for Han Shoa to be unable to do anything to help. However, when they heard that Han Shoa had stabilized Carmelita's condition, all of them felt very conflicted. They no longer dared to look at Han Shoa with the slightest hint of contempt. On the way to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, after leaving the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Why didn't you go in with me just now? Han Shoa asked puzzledly after glancing at Andrina. I heard that the city lord of the City of Shadows is also inside. I was afraid that he could see through my true strength, so I didn't go in with you, Andrina answered honestly. Han Shoa stared blankly for a moment before he asked again, Why are you afraid that Wallace will find out about your strength? Also, what kind of energy have you cultivated? Why are you able to consume crystal coins to recover from your injuries? I will explain it to you in detail in the future. I can't tell you for now, Andrina replied smilingly and avoided Han Shoa's question. He was certain that Andrina was hiding some kind of secret. However, there was nothing Han Shoa could do if she was unwilling to reveal it. After all, Andrina's injuries had mostly recovered by now. Under such circumstances, Han Shoa couldn't force her. Although he was rather displeased, he had no choice but to let it go. The two soon returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Much to Han Shoa's surprise, Guli, the pharmacist whom he once humiliated in the God Swamp Pharmacy, was waiting for him at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Guli saw Han Shoa, she immediately shouted angrily, Brat, I don't believe that you are that good at medicine refinement. If you can't prove to me that you didn't steal your medicine refinement recipe, I will not let you off. Han Shoa was rather annoyed. Ignoring Gu Li's attempts to stop him, he pushed Gu Li aside and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Andrina. With his back facing Gu Li, he sneered, I don't have any obligation to prove to you. Don't think that just because you have some status in the City of Mirages that everyone has to bow and scrape to you. We don't welcome you here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Han Shoa and Andrina had already entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They locked the door from the inside and paid no attention to Gu Li, who was screaming in exasperation. Gu Li screamed hysterically outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a while. Seeing that Han Shoa wasn't paying any attention to her, she finally left with her tail between her legs. 3 days later, Han Shoa, who was quietly cultivating in the middle of the night, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A few demon generals that Han Shoa had placed outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy soon discovered that someone was approaching. During this period of time, Han Shoa had been on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble. When they discovered that someone was approaching before Han Shoa could take any action, a group of Anaito's divine guards that had been stationed nearby had snuck up to them. What are you doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Hand over your divine tablet, shouted one of the divine guards in a low voice. The few of them immediately surrounded the intruder. I'm looking for Brian. What do you people want? Do you want to fight? Said the person fearlessly. He looked at the divine guards with an angry face. Capture him. The divine guards of the House of Saint who were used to running amok in the City of Shadows, upon seeing that the intruder wasn't cooperating, immediately prepared to capture him. It was at this moment that one of the demon generals finally saw the appearance of the intruder. Although he was dressed in ragged clothes and cut a sorry figure like a beggar, Han Shoa could just barely make out that he was Akely. This was the fellow that Han Shuo got to know as soon as he arrived on Elysium. His temper was as stubborn as ever. He would clamor for a fight at the slightest disagreement. After confirming that the intruder was Akeley, Han Shuo immediately rushed over. Before the two parties started fighting, Han Shuo arrived and hastily said, "He's my friend." Why would Mr. Bryan have such a friend? Although the divine guards were puzzled, they did not dare to offend Han Shuo. They immediately retreated and stopped fighting. Han Shuo was currently a popular figure in the City of Shadows, while Akeley was behaving like a beggar. In the eyes of these divine guards, Akeley was a very suspicious person. "How did you become like this?" Leylin asked Akeley with an odd expression on his face. Before the two parted, Han Shuo had given Akeley quite a number of crystal coins. In addition, Akeley also had a portion of the Neuroor in his possession. Logically speaking, no matter how bad he was doing, he shouldn't be in such a state. Therefore, Han Shuo found it very strange. Akeley's face turned rather unsightly. He seemed unwilling to talk about this matter in front of those divine guards. He forced a smile and said, "It's a long story. Let's talk inside." Han Shuo gestured to the divine guards, and they quietly withdrew. Akeley followed Han Shuo into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It wasn't long before Han Shuo became a celebrity in the City of Shadows. He was a figure that several large family clans strove to curry favor with. On the other hand, not only did Akeley fail to achieve great things with the crystal coins he had, but he also ended up in such a miserable state. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they met. "Youngster, you sure have gotten rich fast. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, but after I asked around in the City of Shadows, all the divine guards knew your name. At first, I thought that the person they were talking about wasn't you, but when I heard that you had concocted some medicine, I was sure that it was you. How unbelievable." Akeley looked at Han Shuo enviously. He had once eaten the medicinal pellets Han Shuo gave him, and naturally knew how miraculous Han Shuo's medicinal pellets were. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Akeley wouldn't have believed that the most popular figure in the City of Shadows was the Han Shuo he knew. Haha, it's a long story. Even Han Shuo himself did not expect that he would be able to make a fortune so quickly. He smilingly said, "Right. How did you end up in such dire straits? Before we parted, I left you quite a lot of crystal coins. Besides, you still have divine essence mines. There's no way you would end up like this, right? Don't mention those divine essence mines. It's because of those divine essence mines that I'm so unlucky." Akeley put on a furious face and told Han Shuo about his recent experiences. After the two parted, Akeley first found a secluded place and absorbed all the divine essences containing destruction divine energy in his hand. His talent was truly outstanding. He had managed to break through to late-stage low god realm just by relying on the divine essence mines he had. After absorbing all the destruction divine essences in his hand, Akeley discovered that his strength was progressing too slowly. Therefore, he decided to purchase a few divine weapons to increase his strength. However, the crystal coins Han Shuo gave him were not enough to purchase the divine weapons he fancied. With no other choice, Akeley recklessly took out a few divine essences of wind in an attempt to make a trade. It was precisely those divine essences he took out that landed him in big trouble. As soon as he left the shop with the divine weapons, he was immediately targeted by others. What followed was a long period of pursuit. If it wasn't for Akeley's vast experience and great improvement in strength, he would have long been killed by those who coveted his divine essence mines. After trekking over mountains and rivers, Akeley managed to escape from those greedy pursuers with great difficulty. He no longer dared to take out his divine essence mines. The defenses of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows were far inferior to those in the City of Shadows. Akeley felt that only a place like the City of Shadows could allow him to sell his divine essences safely. On top of that, Han Shuo had told him that he would be in the City of Shadows as well. Therefore, Akeley decided to come to the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was rather paranoid from being pursued, had been wandering around barren mountains and swamps. He had even encountered a few groups of god hunters along the way. By the time he arrived at the City of Shadows, he was already in such a miserable state. Back when we parted ways, I told you not to rashly take out your divine essence mines. But you just wouldn't listen to me. It would be a wonder if you didn't get hunted down. But you sure are lucky to be able to make it to the City of Shadows alive under such circumstances. I truly admire you. Now that you have struck it rich, you start making sarcastic remarks. Who knew that those people would be so crazy? They would attack me as soon as I was alone. Every time, there would be several of them. If it wasn't for my top-notch fleeing skills, I would have long been killed by those bastards. Akeley said furiously. Then why did you dare to compete with the Divine Guards just now? You should know that you are no match for those Divine Guards with your strength, right? Han Shuo put on a spurious smile. This is the City of Shadows. What do I have to fear? Do they have the guts to kill me? Akeley put on a smile and lamented. Damn it! I have finally understood the situation on Elysium. It seems that the way I used to do things on the Blue Ocean continent is no longer suitable. I can't run amok in the future. After hearing those words, Han Shuo knew that Akeley's situation on Elysium had finally begun to change. But then again, it made sense. If Akeley had continued to act the way he did when he first arrived on Elysium, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Elysium wasn't the Blue Ocean continent. Reality was cruel. But fortunately for Han Shuo, Akeley had recognized the situation. What do you plan to do in the future? Asked Han Shuo. Nothing much. I've traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't be so disloyal as to ignore me, would you? Akeley had gone through thick and thin with Han Shuo. He knew that although Han Shuo was cruel to his enemies, he treated his friends well. Therefore, Akeley was determined to stick with Han Shuo. Oh! Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, I'm just running a pharmacy. Why would you want to stick with me? Don't give me that. I've asked around. You are doing so well in the City of Shadows. There's nothing wrong with me following you. In any case, since I'm here, you can't just ignore me. We have gone through thick and thin together. Akeley laughed mischievously. He casually found a place to lie down comfortably and mumbled to himself. My goodness, this place of yours is really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Right? You go about your business. I'll keep an eye on the door for you, all right? To Han Shuo, it didn't matter if Akeley was as reckless as before. If Akeley was as reckless as before, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to keep him around. But now that Akeley seemed to have recognized the situation, and based on Han Shuo's understanding of Akeley, Han Shuo felt that Akeley wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, If you don't mind my small shop, you can stay. After all, my pharmacy is really lacking in manpower. That would be great. Haha, I knew you are a loyal fella. Akeley felt at ease. All right, you stay in my pharmacy for the time being. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I'm sure there will be something for you to do in the future, Han Shuo said. It was impossible for Han Shuo to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all the time. With Akeley keeping an eye on the door, Han Shuo wouldn't have to worry too much. Besides, Han Shuo's goal wasn't as simple as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One day he would have his own family clan and perhaps his own divine guards. And Akeley was a very good warrior. Good. For you to be able to gain a foothold in the City of Shadows so quickly. I will surely live a good life if I follow you. Huh. Akeley's words were meant to flatter Han Shuo, but it turned out that he was right. Just like that, other than the mysterious and unfathomable Andrina, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gained the somewhat deranged Akeley. Chapter 717. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk at the Saint residence. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had been in a bad mood recently. He had changed from his usual methodical approach to the management of the City of Shadows. He had become resolute and decisive in dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows. He had begun to focus on the issue of the 7 Divine Guards. There were a total of 7 chiefs of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows. The top 3 chiefs of Divine Guards were all from the House of Saint. The remaining 4 chiefs of Divine Guards were experts from the 4 major family clans. With the excuse of Carmelita's serious injury and the fact that the Dominions of Water and Life had infiltrated the City of Shadows, Wallace blamed the negligence of the 7 chiefs of Divine Guards and took the opportunity to reorganize the 7 corps. Everyone knew that Wallace was very angry about Carmelita's serious injury. During this sensitive period, no one dared to disobey Wallace's orders. Some of the orders that affected the City of Shadows were smoothly passed down. Avery was not in the City of Shadows for the time being. Therefore, several chiefs of the 5th Corps were assigned to the City of Shadows. The reason was that the 5th Corps might be short of manpower in Avery's absence. All this while, other than the top 3 chiefs of Divine Guards belonging to the House of Saint, the other 4 chiefs of Divine Guards were under the control of the 4 major family clans. Wallace had never interfered with them. This time his actions had caused a great deal of controversy. However, Wallace firmly suppressed it. The chiefs of the 5th Corps were complaining about it. The patriarch of the House of Labours was also very displeased. However, under Wallace's wrath, no one dared to say anything. They merely assumed that Wallace's actions were because he was in a bad mood. They believed that he would change after Carmelita recovered. Andre was the only one who understood his elder brother's intentions. He secretly cooperated with Wallace and began to investigate Avery's actions. The House of Saint was the most powerful force in the City of Shadows. When they were serious about investigating a matter, very few schemes and machinations could escape the eyes of Wallace and Andre, the 2 vicious and merciless brothers. Soon enough, with Han Shoal's help, the 2 brothers who had suspected Avery as a suspect gradually found some clues. Some plans and operations were formulated, perfected, and carried out in the dark. On this day, Wallace, who had been in a gloomy mood for a long time, finally showed some gentleness on his face. Looking at Carmelita, who was slowly waking up, he said with concern, "Everything is fine now. Don't worry." Carmelita's body was still very weak. Although the divine energy of darkness in her body had been temporarily suppressed by her tenacious willpower, most of the destruction divine energy in her body had been consumed. Fortunately, the House of Saint was rich and generous. They were not stingy with their precious divine essences. The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed that her father was holding a heavy bag of destruction divine essences in his hand. "Father," looking at the concerned Wallace in front of her, Carmelita called out softly, "Don't talk. Rest well. Take this bag of divine crystals and absorb them. Heal your injuries as soon as possible." "Ha! I didn't expect that you would be seriously injured twice in such a short time. The House of Saint is running low on destruction divine essences. But don't worry, I have sent people to contact the other cities and will exchange some divine essences of other elements that the House of Saint has. You just need to recuperate in peace," said Wallace softly. "I'm feeling much better." Carmelita struggled for a moment. Wallace hastily helped her up. After she sat properly, he bunched his brows and asked, "Other than me, who else in that group of Divine Guard survived?" Wallace sighed softly and shook his head. "Karina, she was covering for me." Carmelita's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. "I know. You just need to recuperate in peace. We have already found the culprit. Anyone who dares to attack you, no matter who they are, will not be able to escape death," assured Wallace. Of the 2 House of Saint Divine Guards that went with Carmelita, not a single one managed to escape alive. Carmelita was only able to escape the calamity when she arrived at Skyarcid Fort, where the Chief of Divine Guards, Aobashi, was temporarily stationed. For Carmelita's sake, Karina sacrificed her divine soul in order to buy her some time. I couldn't see the shadows of those people in the canopy of darkness. I have no idea who did it, but most of them cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness. Carmelita slowly closed her eyes, recalled for a moment, and said to Wallace, "Since they dared to attack you and use the canopy of darkness to conceal their presence and traces, they must not want you to know their identities. Don't think too much about it. Father will find them one by one." Wallace comforted Carmelita gently so that she would not have to worry about the situation before she was seriously injured. "By the way, you were able to wake up this time because of that little guy called Brian." Wallace did not want Carmelita to wallow in the pain of Karina's death. Therefore, he changed the topic and brought up Han Shoa. "He's fine?" "Ha! I should have known that he would be fine. He's more cunning than anyone else." Carmelita forced a smile and asked Wallace, "Is he in the City of Shadows? I want to see him." Wallace revealed a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "He is fine at the moment, but your injuries have not stabilized yet. It's better to wait for a while. It won't be too late to see him after you have purged the divine energy of darkness in your body." Carmelita knew that Wallace was concerned for her well-being. She nodded and softly replied, "I understand. All right, rest well. Stabilizing your injuries as soon as possible is of utmost importance. I will take my leave now." Wallace stood up and walked out of the room smilingly. After arriving at a secret chamber in the Saint residence, Wallace asked Andre, who had been sitting there silently, "How did it go?" "We don't have conclusive evidence, but according to what Brian said, the divine energy of darkness left in Carmelita's body, the fact that that guy has been out of the city for such a long time, and the clues we found, we can deduce that it is indeed him." Andre replied in a low voice with a gloomy face, "We don't need any more evidence. We don't need to continue investigating the ins and outs of this matter. I trust your judgment." Wallace decisively made his decision. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, "Send a message to Aobashi and the other two. Have them search for Avery's traces with all their might. Once they find his location, report to me immediately. We will arrest him immediately. Brother, we don't have any evidence. Won't we?" Andre's spirit was lifted, but soon after, he bunched his brows as though he had just recalled the House of Labors. "It doesn't matter. Since we have already made our move, we don't have to worry about anything. Keep a close eye on the House of Labors. Once it is proven that that guy is related to Avery, we will exterminate the entire House of Labors." Wallace was indeed ruthless. Once he took action, he would not leave any leeway. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the patriarch of the House of Labors, Field, is involved in this matter. But I will do as you say. If Field really doesn't know about this, what should we do?" Andre asked. "If he really doesn't know anything, we will capture all of Avery's trusted aides in the Fifth Corps. When the time comes, I will personally explain this matter to Field and see what his attitude is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will eliminate the House of Labors from the City of Shadows." Wallace said in a deep voice, "Understood." Andre nodded. He knew that his big brother would not show any mercy once he took action. The reason why the House of Saint was able to stand tall in the City of Shadows for so many years was because they had such a decisive and ruthless patriarch. "Oh, right, before we take action against the House of Labors, you will personally explain the ins and outs of this matter to the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must not disappoint the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must make them understand that the House of Labors deserves all of this." Wallace instructed after thinking for a moment. Andre nodded and expressed that he understood. After thinking for a moment, just as Andre was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Oh, right, big brother, that youngster Brian has saved Carmelita's life twice. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? That youngster is not bad." Wallace praised when Andre mentioned Han Shoa. After thinking for a moment, he said in a somewhat vexed manner, "That youngster has a firm will and a sharp spirit. On top of that, he is an expert in medicine refinement. He is indeed a rare talent. However, this youngster's strength is a little too weak. I'm afraid that if we give him too many benefits for the time being, he won't be able to accept them all of a sudden. Otherwise, why don't we just hand over the fifth core to him? Andre's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wallace intended to hand over the fifth core to Han Shoa. He thought to himself, this is an opportunity for me to reach the heavens in a single bound. There are so many experts in the City of Shadows. Every single one of them would be jealous of the position vacated by Avery. Once Han Shoa becomes a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows, as long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can establish his own family clan. But after thinking for a moment, Andre shook his head slightly and said in a bitter smile, "It's a pity that youngster is too weak. He won't be able to convince the others to take over the fifth core." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That kid has a good relationship with Carmelita. If he were to take over the fifth core, we would be able to save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that he's too weak." "Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll see how it goes when the time comes." Wallace shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to discuss this further with Andre. Han Shua did not know that Wallace intended to hand over the coveted position of the fifth core to him. Had he known that Wallace intended to do so, he might have been willing to take the risk and prove his strength in order to seize this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. After all, by taking over the fifth core, Han Shua would be able to freely form his own team of divine guards. With a powerful force under his command and the wealth he obtained from his pharmacy, he would be able to smoothly establish another powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. He might even be able to replace the former House of Labors and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Setting aside these beautiful prospects for the time being, Han Shua was currently faced with an extremely troublesome matter. If this matter was not handled properly, Han Shua might not even be able to maintain his transcendent status in the City of Shadows, let alone establishing his own family clan. How is this possible? Han Shua cried out involuntarily when he saw Anaito, who wore a solemn face. "I don't know what's going on either. However, after a member of the House of Kisa took your medicine of tranquility, not only did he fail to stabilize his current realm, his body seemed to have suffered from a backlash. Not only has he failed to advance a single step, but his realm has also regressed. I am here to inform you of this matter," explained Anaito. "It is impossible for the medicine I refined to have such a situation. There must be a problem somewhere. It is very possible that the fellow did not take the medicine according to my instructions." Han Shua had absolute confidence in the medicines he personally refined. He did not believe that such a problem would occur. "I have just received the news. I don't know the details yet. Why don't you go to the House of Kisa and take a look?" suggested Anaito. Han Shua nodded and immediately headed for the House of Kisa under Anaito's lead without a second thought. Andrina, who was supposed to continue devouring crystal coins on the 3rd floor, silently floated down and landed beside Anaito, giving him a big fright. With sufficient crystal coins to consume, Andrina's injuries healed faster and faster. However, the mysterious and unfathomable aura on her body grew fainter and fainter. Han Shua knew that as Andrina's injuries healed, her ability to conceal her strength also grew stronger. Unlike Akeley, Andrina was determined to follow him. Han Shua had no choice but to let her follow him. Anaito sized up Andrina, who had silently appeared. He was startled by the unapproachable expression on her face. He looked at Han Shua, who was silently walking forward, and thought to himself, "So this youngster has such a hobby. No wonder he has never properly communicated with any of the young and beautiful women in the City of Shadows after coming to the city for so long. Instead, he likes to hang out with Miss Carmelita. So it turns out that all strange people have strange hobbies." Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes fell on Anaito. Anaito, who was having filthy thoughts, suddenly discovered that the ice-cold little girl was staring at him. For no reason, Anaito felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously let out 2 hollow laughs and did not dare to look into Andrina's eyes. "If you dare to have any filthy thoughts again, I will kill you." Andrina coldly groaned and warned, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Anaito hastily said, but as soon as those words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. He thought to himself, "Why would I be afraid of a little girl? It doesn't make sense." Han Shuo paid no attention to the little disturbance between Anaito and Andrina. He was thinking about the medicinal pellets. Soon he arrived at the Kisa residence. After reporting his name, the guards of the Kisa residence coldly escorted Han Shuo to the Kisa residence. Those guards looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a swindler. This made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with his brows bunched when he saw Rujersi in a gymnasium inside one of the buildings in the Kisa residence. Rujersi was in charge of the 6th Corps of Divine Guards. He was an influential person in the City of Shadows. The last time he met Han Shuo, he was very respectful and courteous. But this time he did not show any courtesy. After coldly sizing up Han Shuo, Rujersi lightly groaned and said, "You sure are fast." Rujersi then pointed at a young man who was convulsing on the ground and said furiously, "You sold a good medicine. My nephew is in this state because he took your medicine of tranquility. Your medicine is so unstable and has such terrifying side effects. Why didn't you tell him in advance? You caused his cultivation to regress instead of advancing, and yet you still dare to come? I have sold so many of my medicines, and many people have taken them. This is the first time such a situation has happened. I believe that this has nothing to do with my medicine. He must have taken it improperly. There must be some misunderstanding." Han Shuo swept a glance at that young man and said with his brows bunched, "There is no misunderstanding. I have interrogated him. He took the medicine according to the prescription of your medicine. There is no mistake. There must be something wrong with your medicine that caused this situation. How dare you deny it?" Rujersi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a gloomy voice, "I know that you have a close relationship with Carmelita. You even saved her life a few days ago. That is why I am speaking to you in such an amiable manner. Otherwise, don't even think of standing in front of me right now." Rujersi's attitude made Han Shuo even angrier. He coldly gazed at that young man who was trembling on the ground. He raised his head and said to Rujersi in a sarcastic tone, "So many people have taken my medicine. Why is it that none of them are affected except for him? How would I know? Maybe the others haven't acted up yet. How dare you be so arrogant when there is a problem with your medicine? If it weren't for the House of Saint, I would have taken you down right now." Rujersi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately bellowed in a low voice. Beside him, several divine guards from the 6th Corps had surrounded Han Shuo. The reason why Rujersi was so friendly to Han Shuo was because of the medicine. Now that he saw that the medicine had such a side effect, he immediately felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, his attitude towards Han Shuo, a mere low god, had completely changed. He did not immediately take action because he was apprehensive of the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. "Lord Rujersi, I hope that you will not act rashly before the matter is clarified. I am in charge of Mr. Bryan's safety under the orders of Lord Erebus and Lord Andre. I hope that your lordship will not make things difficult for our 3rd Corps." Anaito hastily said when he saw that Rujersi was about to take Mr. Bryan away. It was at this moment that Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, suddenly stepped forward. She stood in front of Han Shuo and looked at Rujersi with hostility. Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand and pulled her back. If Andrina was allowed to do as she pleased without clarifying the situation, the good reputation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy might very well be ruined. Han Shuo was counting on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to earn him a large amount of crystal coins. He knew that he could not be reckless at this moment. "In short, you must give my family clan an explanation. When Ridgersea heard Annette mentioning Erebus and Andre's names, he didn't dare to act recklessly and shouted angrily. Ridgersea was startled when he saw that Andrina had stepped forward. For a moment, he felt that Andrina was an extremely formidable opponent. However, that feeling vanished without a trace when Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand. Ridgersea thought that it was just a momentary hallucination. He was in a fit of anger at the moment and did not think too much about it. Let me take a look at the situation first. Han Shuo no longer paid any attention to Ridgersea. He secretly decided that he would never sell any medicinal pellets to the house of Kisa again after this matter was clarified. Ridgersea's attitude made him very unhappy. Chapter 718. Han Shuo squatted down and placed his hand on the man's back to examine the condition of his body. The news that Han Shuo had saved Carmelita 2 days ago had spread throughout the City of Shadows. Otherwise, Ridgersea wouldn't have allowed Han Shuo to do as he pleased. With Han Shuo's hand on the man's back and Ridgersea facing him, it was impossible for him to see what Han Shuo was doing. Han Shuo's demonic yuan was like tiny, formless snakes that slowly seeped into the man's body in an attempt to find the source of the disorder in his body. Han Shuo was well aware of the composition and effects of the medicine of Jade Pearl. With the miraculous demonic yuan, he quickly figured out what was going on. Something's wrong. Han Shuo bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's causing the convulsions in his body is another type of medicine. I can guarantee that the medicine of Jade Pearl I refined does not contain that type of medicine. Did he swallow some other medicine?" "No, I didn't." The man opened his mouth with great difficulty. His voice was very weak. "Kid, you aren't trying to shirk your responsibility, are you?" Ridgersea immediately rebuked his nephew. It was obvious that he trusted his nephew more. "That's impossible," Han Shuo coldly shouted. "There is absolutely no other type of medicine in my medicine. There must be a problem." My lord!" It was at this moment that another divine guard rushed over hastily. "What is it?" Ridgersea was in a fit of rage. When he saw that the divine guard was flustered, he impatiently gave him a slap. The slap caused the divine guard's body to sway. When Ridgersea finally stabilized his body, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he hastily explained, a divine guard was accidentally injured in the gymnasium after consuming young Master Gregor's medicine of rejuvenation. Not only did his injuries not stabilize, he immediately died. Han Shuo's face jolted upon hearing those words. Ridgersea immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Han Shuo and said, "How dare you deny that your medicine isn't the problem? Once is fine, but twice. How dare you deny it? Arrest him." "Lord Ridgersea," Anido shouted anxiously. He intended to remind Han Shuo that Erebus and Andre were protecting him. "Say no more. Even if Andre and Erebus were here, I would still pursue this matter. If there is any responsibility, I will bear all of it. Capture this brat immediately and break his arms and legs. Later, I will personally question Andre and Erebus about this matter. I want to see how they will defend such a swindler." Ridgersea's face was cold. He was truly enraged. The 6th Corps Divine Guards no longer hesitated after hearing Ridgersea's words. They immediately surrounded Han Shuo. Several of the Divine Guards brandished their divine weapons and aimed them at Han Shuo's neck. As soon as Han Shuo heard Ridgersea's order to break his arms and legs first, he became furious. There was clearly something fishy about this matter. Ridgersea did not listen to Han Shuo's explanation and insisted that Han Shuo was a swindler. Such behavior had already violated some of the rules of the City of Shadows. However, Han Shuo wasn't worried that Ridgersea would break his arms and legs. Given Han Shuo's monstrous regenerative ability, even if his internal organs were destroyed, he could quickly regenerate them, let alone broken bones. Besides, Han Shuo believed that once he unleashed his invincible omen body, would the attacks of those mid-god divine guards really have any effect on him? Han Shuo was not willing to endure such humiliation. He immediately gathered the energy in his body, ready to retaliate the moment those divine guards attacked him. Even if things escalated to the point where even the House of Saint could no longer protect him, Han Shuo didn't believe that he would have a bad life if he left the City of Shadows. At most, it would take him a little more time. However, before Han Shuo could act, Andrina, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly moved. A dazzling radiance revolved around Han Shuo. After a series of crackling noises, all the divine weapons pointed at Han Shuo suddenly exploded. Those divine guards of the Sixth Corps who were holding the divine weapons were sent flying. Andrina, who was as cold as ice, stood proudly in front of Han Shuo. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Ridgersea. She did not utter a single word. Anaito, who was about to persuade Han Shuo not to act rashly, was stunned on the spot when he saw such an unforeseen event. He did not know what to do. Who are you? How dare you injure my Sixth Corps Divine Guards? You are making an enemy out of the City of Shadows. As the chief of the Sixth Corps of the City of Shadows, Ridgersea was not an easy character to deal with. He was initially astonished by Andrina's strength, but soon he came to his senses and skillfully accused Andrina of a major crime. Han Shuo, who was about to attack, was also stunned. He turned to look at Andrina, who was tightly shielding him. For a moment, he did not know what to do. If you dare hurt him, I will kill you, Andrina said in a bone-chilling voice as she looked at Ridgersea with her ice-cold eyes. Ridgersea, who was about to make a move, suddenly felt that he was being affected by a strange magnetic field. In the next moment, a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to take a few steps back. Looking at Angelina, who was threatening him, Ridgersea felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He could not estimate the strength of this little girl. Let's go. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly spoke. He shot a cold glance at the hesitant Ridgersea and said, "Give me some time. I will get to the bottom of this matter. My medicines will not have any problems. I can guarantee that. Don't leave. He has injured so many divine guards," shouted a member of the House of Kisa who appeared out of nowhere. No one paid any attention to the member of the Sixth Corps. The divine guard stared at Ridgersea and waited for his decision. At this moment, Han Shuo and Andrina had started walking towards the exit. However, they were on high alert, ready to deal with any attack from the House of Kisa at any moment. Ridgersea stared at Andrina in silence for a long while. Suddenly, like a ferocious beast, he pounced at Andrina. This Ridgersea was different from the person with the same name Andrina killed at Greenfire Swamp. He possessed early-stage high god strength and cultivated in the energy of death. While in midair, Ridgersea's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. His entire body shrunk and shriveled in an instant. A bone suddenly appeared in his hand after a flash of phosphorescence. Soon after, the domain of divinity of death enveloped him. The bone turned into a beam of ghostly light as it shot towards Andrina. Andrina, who was protecting Han Shuo, stared at Ridgersea with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that Ridgersea did not know how to appreciate her kindness. In an instant, her body turned translucent like a crystal. Even her little dress started glowing. Before anyone could see what happened, intense energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from her body. It was as though a whirlpool had suddenly sprung out from her body and collided with Ridgersea. Bang! In the dazzling light, there was an explosion. Ridgersea had charged over at an extremely fast speed, but he retreated even faster. He landed on the ground in an instant with a face filled with disbelief. He turned to look at Andrina. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. She stared fixedly at Ridgersea and took a few deep breaths. Then, a dazzling radiance flashed from her body, and she pounced at Ridgersea once again. Andrina's attack was too fast. At this moment, Han Shuo was powerless to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that a battle of life and death was unavoidable, Han Shuo decided that he should call Akeley and leave the City of Shadows as soon as possible. At this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed beside Ridgersea in an instant. A loud rumble sounded from the dense darkness. By the time the darkness dispersed, two people were standing in front of Ridgersea. Han Shuo was already familiar with Andre. However, what surprised him was why Andre would appear at this moment. The other effeminate man wearing ink-black armor cried out in surprise, "How powerful! Who is this little girl?" Upon finishing those words, the man looked at Andrina with an astonished expression. Andrina took a deep breath and instantly retreated to Han Shuo. She grabbed Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "There are three of them. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. I'm no match for them. Don't worry, they won't do anything." Han Shuo consoled. He bowed from afar and said, "Greetings, Lord Andre, Lord Erebus." As soon as the effeminate man spoke, Han Shuo could guess his identity. When Han Shuo was trapped by Bravst, he had heard Erebus's voice. Therefore, he would always pay extra attention to such powerful figures. Therefore, when Erebus cried out in surprise, Han Shuo immediately guessed his identity from his voice. Andre and Erebus were looking at Andrina in shock. They only came back to their senses when they heard Han Shuo's greeting from afar. They nodded at Han Shuo in greeting. Erebus smiled in a friendly manner. His effeminate face was filled with amusement. He nodded at Han Shuo and said, "Thank you for your potion. It's truly a magical thing." "What kind of *T magical potion is this? Two members of my family have already been harmed by it, Erebus and Lord Andre. Even if you are taking care of this kid, you have to give me justice," Ridgersea said angrily as he panted heavily. It seemed that he had suffered a little in the fight with Andrina. "Brian, what's going on?" Andre had a very good impression of Han Shuo, especially after he discovered that the little girl beside Han Shuo was an unfathomably mysterious expert. He immediately raised the importance of Han Shuo by a notch. "Two members of the House of Kisa have taken my potion. Something happened to them. I only took a look at one of them and discovered that there was another kind of potion in his body. I am certain that it is not from my Xuanji pharmacy." Before I could explain the situation, another member of the House of Kisa got into trouble. Ridgersea insisted that it was related to my potion and refused to listen to my explanation. He planned to break my limbs and capture me, explained Han Shuo. After Han Shuo finished his explanation, Andre, Erebus, Ridgersea, and the divine guards of the House of Kisa were looking at Andrina, who was holding hands with Han Shuo. After a while, Andre let out a light cough and said to Ridgersea, who was wearing a furious face, "There is something fishy about this matter. I believe that it has nothing to do with Blair. So many people in the City of Shadows have been fine after taking the potion. Even the divine guards of the House of Saint and Erebus are safe and sound. We can attest to this. From this aspect, perhaps there is something wrong with those two members of your family." "How is that possible?" shouted Ridgersea. However, as Andre and Erebus had just saved him and the strength of the House of Saint was clear for all to see, Ridgersea's words sounded a little lacking in confidence. When Ridgersea saw the exchange of glances between Han Shuo and Andre, he suddenly realized that he had misjudged one thing. Originally, he thought that Han Shuo had a simple relationship with the House of Saint and that Andre and Erebus wouldn't disrespect him for a puny low god. But judging from the current situation, it was obvious that the two were protecting Han Shuo. Ridgersea had no choice but to reconsider. "I think we should first figure out the situation," Erebus suddenly said. "Brian, are you saying that the potion in this person's body is not what your pharmacy of Xuanji should have?" Andre asked Han Shuo smilingly. He could also see through Ridgersea's guilty conscience. "Definitely not. I am now certain that the pharmacy of Xuanji that this person consumed has either been tampered with or he lied and consumed some other potion." Han Shuo said affirmatively. "Isn't there another person? Why don't we take a look at that person first?" Andre, who believed in Han Shuo immediately turned around and looked at Ridgersy. "Bring his body over!" Under Andre's gaze, Ridgersy unwillingly instructed. Soon enough, a body was carried over by the 6th Corps Divine Guards. Han Shuo moved forward and carefully examined the body before he said with certainty, "There is another potion in this person's body. That potion is definitely not the same as my rejuvenation potion. Hey, can you still talk? Try to recall. Did anyone touch the potion in your hand?" The feminine-looking Erebus suddenly squatted in front of the person whose body was convulsing. He looked at him with cold eyes and asked. Ridgersy's nephew appeared rather flustered under Erebus' gaze. His body slightly convulsed for a moment before he suddenly recalled something and said, Grego used this pharmacy of Xuanji to exchange for my rejuvenation potion. I heard from my uncle that Xuanji pharmacy is much more precious than the rejuvenation potion. Therefore, I made the exchange without hesitation. It seems that the rejuvenation potion that this dead divine guard consumed was also given to him by that man named Grego, right? Han Shuo put on a cold smile and suddenly asked, "Where is that man named Grego?" Erebus stood up, looked at Ridgersy, and asked. "He was screaming just now, asking us to stop them. Where is he?" Ridgersy turned around and looked at the divine guard beside him in puzzlement. He instructed, "Go look for him. Call him here. He should have nothing to do with this. He is a member of our House of Kisa. There shouldn't be any problems." Ridgersy was feeling uncertain when he said those words. It seemed that the current situation was telling him something. "That's hard to say." Erebus chuckled. He shot a glance at Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, and remarked, "What an amazing little girl!" A dozen or so minutes later, several divine guards rushed over with ugly faces. The leader of the divine guards hastily reported, "My lord, Grego has disappeared. All the crystal coins in his room have been taken away." Ridgersy was no fool. His face immediately turned ugly, and he angrily shouted, "What is Grego doing? As a member of the House of Kisa, why would he be messing around at this time? Hurry up and find him." "Ridgersy, I think this is your House of Kisa's fault." Andre's face turned cold, and he softly groaned. This. Ridgersy was startled and immediately put on an embarrassed face. He turned to Han Shuo and said, That, Brian, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Brian, it's all right." Han Shuo put on a faint smile, as though he didn't mind the matter at all. He stood up, bowed to Andre and Erebus, and straightforwardly announced, "From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will no longer do business with your House of Kisa." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo pulled Andrina and walked out of the room. Arg. Ridgersy was filled with regret. He knew that he had made a grave mistake this time when he saw Han Shuo leaving. Chapter 719. Andre and Erebus put on a gloating smile and ignored Ridgersy. They immediately followed after Han Shuo and Erebus. The two were now filled with curiosity towards Angelina. They didn't understand how a little girl like her could possess such terrifying strength, and even more so didn't understand why she would follow Han Shuo so obediently. Therefore, they were anxious to clarify the situation. Outside the Kisa residence, Andre and Erebus had caught up to Han Shuo. When Han Shuo saw Andre and Erebus following behind, he slowed down his pace and smilingly said, "Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for me to walk out of the Kisa residence." "Not at all. With such a powerful expert by your side, the Kisa residence wouldn't have had much of an advantage in a fight." Erebus swept a glance at Han Shuo before turning his attention to Andrina. He asked puzzledly, "Young lady, what kind of energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before?" Andrina glared at Erebus and coldly replied, "None of your business." Ahem. Erebus let out 2 dry laughs in embarrassment. Andre, who was about to ask Erebus about it, tactfully did not pursue the matter. However, he still looked at Andrina with great astonishment. Andrina obviously did not have a good impression of the two. She only silently followed behind Han Shuo and paid them no heed. Brian, there is something fishy about what happened at the Kisa residence today. That youngster, as a member of the Kisa residence, dared to use your medicine to harm others. He must be targeting your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He might have been instigated by someone. You must be careful, Andre said after a moment of silence. Yes, this incident is obviously targeting me. I wonder who it is that wants to do this to me. Han Shuo nodded. He knew that Gale wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Besides, he had no grudge against that youngster. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Have you offended anyone recently? I mean, apart from Avery. Avery hasn't been in the City of Shadows recently, and I've been keeping an eye on the Fifth Corps' every move. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment. He was rather puzzled. Han Shuo was taken aback. He stopped moving and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Han Shuo had an idea and said, I've been to the Godswamp Pharmacy. The owner, Stice, wanted to do business with me, but we parted on bad terms. In the banquet hall of that alchemist, I got into an argument with an alchemist named Ghoulie. Could it be that Ghoulie? Phantom City's Ghoulie? Erebus exclaimed softly. Soon after, he shook his head and explained, This Ghoulie has an eccentric temperament. Although she is rather famous in Mirage City, she shouldn't have that much influence in our City of Shadows, right? Someone is trying to tarnish the reputation of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were to collapse, who in the City of Shadows would benefit the most? Han Shuo mumbled to himself with his brows bunched. Suddenly, he bunched his brows and became suspicious of that Stice from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo had a bad impression of that person. The reason why he didn't want to talk to him was because he felt that this person was too scheming. If something happens to your medicines, the ones who will benefit the most will be the pharmacies in the City of Shadows. You might not have noticed it, but the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's appearance has affected the businesses of all the major pharmacies in the City of Shadows. Among them, the Godswamp Pharmacy has suffered the greatest loss. Andre seemed to have realized something when he heard Han Shuo mumbling to himself. Han Shuo became even more puzzled after hearing Andre's words. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly put on a smile and said, I will have to trouble you two lords to look into this matter. I believe that you two lords will be able to find the cause of this matter. Don't try to drug us, kid, but I will keep an eye out. Andre replied smilingly, All right, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Han Shuo knew that Andre would definitely help him. Before he left, he asked, Oh right, how is Carmelita? Don't worry, she has woken up and is recovering well. Andre's smile grew even more gentle when he saw how concerned Han Shuo was about Carmelita. Then I am truly relieved. Han Shuo waved at the two and left with Andrina. Andre and Erebus did not pursue them. After Han Shuo and Andrina were gone, Erebus said in a low voice, That young lady is no pushover. Even I have no confidence in defeating her in a real fight. Andre nodded in agreement and said, I didn't even realize her true strength the last time we fought her. If we hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid that Rudrasi would have suffered greatly. What I am most curious about is that youngster Brian. Why is that young lady so dependent on him, even though she is so powerful? And from the looks of it, that young lady only listens to him. This is really strange. Erebus bunched his brows. His heart was filled with doubts. We have plenty of time to figure out the situation. Fortunately, that youngster Brian seems to be more inclined towards our family. If that young lady completely listens to him, I believe it won't be a bad thing for us. Andre thought for a moment and said to Erebus, Have you found Avery's whereabouts? Not yet. Erebus shook his head. Keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy. I feel that there's something unusual about Brian, Andre said. Got it. That youngster's medicines are truly miraculous. I will have my men keep an eye on the God Swamp Pharmacy to see if they are behind this, Erebus said smilingly. It seemed that he was very curious about Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo became suspicious and immediately began to take action. After Andre's reminder, Han Shuo suddenly realized that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had seriously threatened the original pharmacies in the city. As the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the God Swamp Pharmacy had suffered the heaviest losses. Han Shuo knew that they would definitely take action. Stei's invitation to cooperate with Han Shuo could be considered as an action taken by the God Swamp Pharmacy. However, Han Shuo had flatly refused. Since soft tactics didn't work, it was only natural for them to use a little more forceful means to force Han Shuo into submission. As his suspicions grew, Han Shuo immediately set his sights on the God Swamp Pharmacy. With the help of the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo was blessed with many opportunities to secretly investigate. Soon enough, Han Shuo and Andrina arrived at the area where the God Swamp Pharmacy was located. Han Shuo found a shadowy area to hide in. After that, Han Shuo released his demon generals and flew towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Huh, what's that? Andrina suddenly let out a soft cry. Her eyes glistened with dazzling radiance. The silhouettes of several demon generals appeared in her pupils. Those demon generals, refined by cauldron spirit, could skillfully transform into their incorporeal forms. When Han Shuo released them, he deliberately made them appear incorporeal. Only Han Shuo, with his super-strong consciousness, could clearly see the traces of those demon generals. An average person wouldn't be able to detect them at all. Han Shuo was careless and forgot about Andrina's mysterious strength. After Andrina let out a soft cry, the few demon generals quickly disappeared from Han Shuo's vicinity. At this moment, Andrina's eyes were fixed on Han Shuo. She asked in incomparable astonishment, Did those things come out from your body? I saw it clearly. Don't try to hide it. Han Shuo felt a headache coming on under Andrina's fiery eyes. What exactly were those things? It's so strange. If we weren't so close to each other, I probably wouldn't have discovered them. How interesting. What exactly were they? Andrina was very interested. She shook Han Shuo's arm with both hands and wore an excited face. That's a strange life form. It's a kind of life form on our profound continent. It can be used to gather information. Han Shuo explained to Andrina with a bitter face. He thought to himself, I must be careful when I'm with her in the future. This little girl's senses are way too sharp. This life form is so miraculous. It doesn't seem to have a physical body. It's like pure soul energy, and the energy isn't weak at all. By the way, why are they in your body? Are you also a strange life form? Angelina showed great interest in this matter and pestered Han Shuo with questions. That's right. Why are they in your body? No, I'm just using a kind of container to store them. I can take them out to gather information when I need it. It's that simple. Don't ask any more questions. I still have things to do. Han Shuo hastily replied. He then closed his eyes and pretended to be very busy. He ignored Andrina. The use of demon generals was far more than just gathering information. They could be used for sneak attacks, deployment of formations, assassination, concealment, and many other purposes. The demon generals, refined by cauldron spirit, in particular, possessed immense strength. They were Han Shuo's main helpers. Of course, these were all secrets that Han Shuo would definitely keep. He would never tell Andrina about them. Andrina was about to continue asking, but when she saw that Han Shuo had even closed his eyes, she knew that Han Shuo didn't want to talk about it. However, she became more and more curious about Han Shuo. Her gaze, when she looked at Han Shuo, was filled with amazement. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Naturally, it was protected by boundaries. However, the God Swamp Pharmacy was just a pharmacy after all. Although it possessed extraordinary strength, it did not dare to show off in the City of Shadows. Therefore, the boundaries they set up were not particularly powerful. Therefore, the demon generals were able to easily sneak in. Han Shua's demon generals circled around a few buildings in the God Swamp Pharmacy and discovered that there were entire sets of medicine refining equipment. Many pharmacists were busy using the equipment in their hands to refine strange medicines. There were also some pharmacists of higher status who were arguing in a few rooms with flushed faces, using his demon generals' senses of sight and hearing. Han Shua discovered that they were merely discussing medicine refining techniques. They did not mention anything about the House of Kisa. One of the demon generals discovered Gu Li in Mirage City. Due to the gathering of pharmacists, Gu Li was still residing in the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shua treated Gu Li as a suspect. His demon general carefully observed Gu Li's every movement. He saw that Gu Li had an irritated face. She was flipping through thick medicine refining books and muttering to herself. When the demon general heard what she was muttering, he nearly laughed out loud. It turned out that Gu Li was flipping through thick medicine refining books in search of the few medicinal ingredients that Han Shua had casually mentioned in the banquet hall. Those medicinal ingredients weren't something that the people of this universe should know about. Even if they knew about those medicinal ingredients, they wouldn't have given them the same names. Han Shua had only said those words to annoy Gu Li. He did not expect that she would be so persistent. Just by looking at the medicine refining books scattered on the ground and Gu Li's messy hair, Han Shua knew that Gu Li had probably been searching through those books for a long time. Ah! Gu Li pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman. That kid must be talking nonsense. That's impossible. If those medicinal ingredients really exist, there's no way I wouldn't know about them. He must be lying. He must be a liar. After yelling for a while, Han Shua thought that Gu Li would give up on this pointless method. He did not expect that after yelling for a while, she would pull out an even thicker medicine refining book and continue to read it. She lowered her head to look for the medicinal ingredients while cursing him in a low voice. Han Shua, who originally loathed Gu Li, was somewhat impressed by her tireless spirit. Gu Li's character was indeed problematic, but Han Shua could not help but admire her enthusiasm in studying medicine refining. It was no wonder that she could become the best medicine refining pharmacist in Phantom City. Based on her enthusiasm alone, Han Shua believed that she must be a real talent. Because of this, Han Shua immediately excluded Gu Li from the list of suspects. A crazy woman like her who only knew how to refine medicine shouldn't have so many thoughts to deal with him. Moreover, judging from Gu Li's appearance, Han Shua guessed that she had not left this place for a long time. It was impossible for her to have the time to carry out any schemes. After excluding Gu Li, Han Shua focused on Stice. However, after searching the God Swamp Pharmacy with his demon generals, they could not find Stice. This made Han Shua feel a little strange. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua dispersed his demon generals even more. This time he no longer searched the obvious buildings, but focused on some remote areas where boundaries might appear. 3 secret chambers with powerful boundaries were discovered by the demon generals. 2 of them had relatively weaker defensive boundaries. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua carefully controlled the 2 strongest demon generals to barge into the 2 boundaries. Everything went smoothly. The boundaries did not trigger any alarms or counterattacks. As soon as the 2 demon generals entered the 2 secret chambers, Han Shua was immediately startled by what he saw. Inside one of the boundaries were many frozen organs. Most of those organs belonged to humans. Every single one of them was in good condition. Inside the other boundary were many low gods and base gods with weak strength. Several pharmacists with cold expressions were feeding some of the prisoners medicines that were emitting green smoke. One of the base gods seemed to be unable to withstand the effects of the medicine and soon turned into a puddle of green blood. Han Shua was shocked by what he saw in the 2 secret chambers. The methods used in the 2 secret chambers were illegal, especially the experiments on gods. The drugs used were clearly poisons. This was strictly forbidden by all dominions. Han Shuo did not expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy would dare to disregard the laws of all dominions and conduct such a thing in the City of Shadows. The 2 secret chambers, with relatively weaker boundaries, had already produced such shocking scenes to Han Shuo. With that, Han Shuo became even more curious about the last secret chamber with the strongest boundary. Furthermore, Han Shuo was now very suspicious of the God Swamp Pharmacy. When he thought about the abnormal situation at the house of Kisa, Han Shuo suspected that it was because of the poisons that one of the 2 had died and the other had regressed in strength. What's wrong? Andrina's voice suddenly sounded beside Han Shuo's ear. Han Shuo came to his senses. He turned to look at Andrina beside him, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, "Nothing, nothing. You don't look too good. Did you discover something?" Andrina asked in a concerned tone. "I'll tell you later. Don't talk to me for now." Han Shuo did not say much and closed his eyes again. No matter what illegal things the God Swamp Pharmacy did, Han Shuo could not be bothered to ask. However, judging from the current situation, the God Swamp Pharmacy was the biggest suspect in what happened at the House of Kisa. Therefore, Han Shuo had to get to the bottom of the situation. The most powerful demon general arrived at the secret chamber with the strongest defense. The walls of the secret chamber were made of special materials. There were several boundaries on the walls that Han Shuo was not familiar with. Han Shuo was not confident that the demon general could break through the boundaries and see what was inside. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. I should be discovered. However, I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat immediately. I believe they won't be able to find me anyway, Han Shuo thought to himself. After focusing his attention, Han Shuo ordered the demon general to enter. The demon general carefully clung to the wall and slowly broke through the boundaries. Only 2/3 of the way through the wall, a force suddenly chased after the demon general. Han Shuo was shocked. He immediately understood that the demon general had been detected by the boundaries. However, he did not order the demon general to retreat. Instead, he ordered the demon general to break through the boundaries as fast as he could. Pa, pa, pa. A series of crisp sounds came from the walls of the secret chamber. The demon general had successfully broken through the boundaries and entered the secret chamber. Brian, that guy must be someone. A white-haired old man with a jade-like face ordered Styles, who was kneeling on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately noticed the abnormality of the boundaries and shouted. The demon general did not hear anything else. However, based on those few words, Han Shuo was sure that what happened at the House of Kisa must have something to do with the 2 people in the secret chamber. There was no time to inquire about what was going on in the secret chamber. The old man seemed to have sensed the demon general's location. Han Shuo ordered the demon general to retreat immediately. As soon as it entered the secret chamber, the demon general immediately received the order. Without any hesitation, it returned at an even faster speed. Anyway, its whereabouts had been exposed, so it was not afraid of making any noise. There was another series of pa-pa-pa sounds. The demon general quickly broke through the boundaries and returned. At this time, the old man in the secret chamber had just gotten up and was about to chase after the demon general. "Let's go." Han Shuo, who was outside, simply grabbed Andrina and quickly left while the God Swamp Pharmacy was in a mess. As soon as the demon general came out of the boundaries, it immediately flew into the sky. The old man seemed to have some misgivings. He looked up at the sky and did not chase after it. His expression was very ugly.